Yo, chat, I got the news today. GloRilla was just arrested. Dang, free her, bro. Chat, I just got the news a couple hours ago. She was arrested. Man, this is crazy. I'm real. Again, insane. Yo, but yo, chat. Let's get into the stream, though, bro. Yo, chat. Yo, chat. I'll be leaking y'all a full course method, bro. I went out my way, and my homeboy sent me this shit. And I said, you know what? Hey, just for the chat, bro, I'm gonna leak this shit. Fuck it. Hey, I woke up today feeling like I had to do this shit, bro. I told myself, you know what? I'm gonna wake up today and I'm gonna go live and say, I'm gonna go live and say, fuck it, I'm leaking a course so everybody can have a course to know what the fuck they put into these courses. They know these courses is a scam, nigga. Stop buying courses. Everything you need, hey, look, hold up. Everything you need to know is gonna be on my channel. I stream every day. I stream every day non-stop. Never miss a stream, bro. Never miss a stream, bro. And I'm about to get monetized Saturday. Oh, we lit, baby. We lit. We lit. We monetize Saturday, chat. Chat. We monetize Saturday. I'm gonna be reapplying. And I'm gonna show them all my streams too. Chat, I got a course for y'all. I'm about to leave.
Showing you a couple extra tools that I've been using to plan video ideas for our videos. Some really cool. Hey everyone, so in this video.
Hey, somebody sent me over this, my boy. I'm gonna minimize it so y'all can see everything that he's saying in his course, or his whack ass course. So y'all can know that the course is a fucking scam. Quit buying white ass courses from people, bro. Them niggas will scam you, bro. Been telling y'all that shit, bro. Y'all never wanna listen. I try to save y'all, bro. Y'all dumbasses, bro. That shit piss me off, bro. Stop buying courses, bro. Stop that shit. I'm gonna look at this video.
I wanted to do a little bit of a follow-up on video ideas and showing you a couple extra tools that I've been using to plan video ideas for our videos. Some really cool stuff that one of my friends showed me recently. My friend Devin Nash, he does a lot of really cool content.
Open AI, by the way.
About just like YouTube and content creation and everything on his YouTube channel. But he showed me these tools, and I think it's really, really awesome. So I wanted to also include this as well. What we essentially have here is this like AI chatbot that uses like a whole bunch of really complicated programming stuff that I don't really know how to explain.
Of course.
But essentially the way it works is you can go into this AI and there's a whole bunch of like settings over here on the side and stuff. But essentially what you can do is you just ask the AI to write something for you and it can come up with a whole bunch of stuff. So let's start with something really basic and just kind of show you guys like how this works and what it can do. So why don't we just ask it straight up for YouTube ideas, for YouTube video ideas. Give me 20 ideas for viral YouTube videos, and we just type in a prompt essentially. Like the way this works is very conversational. Like you essentially.
And you see all them platinums behind them. This course, it is a course, but stop buying courses. That shit could be shit's a scam, bro. I'm leaking this shit right now on stream. JeremyB's course. Since these fuckers want to keep scamming y'all, I'm leaking that shit, bro. Here.
Just ask it to tell you something, or you could ask it to write you something, or you could ask it to explain something, and then it will essentially give you a really quite impressively detailed answer in a way that is, I don't really know how this works, but it's just like it uses AI. And so here we go, we just get like a bunch of 20 random video ideas. Now this is obviously like a little bit crazy and a little bit out of the ordinary, but this tool gets really quite in-depth. So one thing that I thought was really interesting was using this to kind of research ideas for niches. So I have this prompt here: give me ideas, 50 ideas for sub-niches within the cooking genre that could be interesting to watch for YouTube videos. So you could do this with any genre. You could do it with cooking, you could do it with finance, you could do it with gaming, you could do it with a specific game. But of course, towards the end, the ideas get to be a little bit not as exciting. But we really just get a whole bunch of ideas here. And so essentially, there's two tools here that we have. We have this beta.openai.com. What you have to do is just go to the website, make an account. I'm not sponsored, by the way, but the account is free. To a certain point, you get I think the first $20 of this service for free, which is actually really quite a lot. I've been using this for weeks, and I've only used up 50 cents. And then we have the second one, which is chat.openai.com. Now, the difference between these two is kind of a similar situation, but the difference between these two is essentially this chat OpenAI one is, I think, gives a little bit more in-depth answers. You can see the quality of answers here are maybe a little bit more interesting. But this Playground OpenAI one, the first one that I showed you guys, it uses the internet. So certain prompts are not really going to work with this chat OpenAI one. So you can see we just got 50 video ideas essentially for cooking channel. Again, towards the end, the quality kind of deteriorates, but the first 20 ideas are pretty interesting. You get quite some cool stuff here. It's a really, really cool tool to just kind of ask it. I really like it for niche research. Just kind of spark your ideas or your brain and get things going. But really where the beauty of this comes in was my friend showed me, Devin, who showed me this tool originally, he showed me this other prompt.
Fuck your tool, nigga. Fucking scamming ass bitch. I knew about that course, nigga. That's why that shit got leaked to me. I had somebody send it over, nigga. I had a fucking Indian send it over, and I just leaked this shit on stream. I don't give a fuck, nigga.
Prompts. That was, let me just pull this up for you really quick. He showed me this prompt, which once I saw this, my mind was kind of blown. So he does this really detailed prompts. His friend Zizran is a content creator that makes Path of Exile ARPG videos. So this is the prompt that he suggests. You are Zizran, a professional YouTube content creator who specializes in creating videos about action RPG games. The main game you create about is Path of Exile lists 15 ideas for videos that are likely to go viral and receive over 50,000 views per video. Specify why you believe these videos will receive over... His friend Zizran is a content creator that makes Path of Exile ARPG videos. So this is the prompt that he suggests. You are Zizran, a professional YouTube content creator who specializes in creating videos about action RPG games. The main game you create about is Path of Exile lists 15 ideas for videos that are likely to go viral and receive over 50,000 views per video. Specify why you believe these videos will receive...
Stop buying courses, bro. Fuck these white niggas, bro. Chat, the course was leaked to me. I had my friend send it over.
Over 50,000.
He said
Once
this
I saw
ain't
this,
the
my
titles.
mind was kind of blown. So he does this really detailed prompts. His friends, Israel is a content creator that makes like Path of Exile, ARPG videos. So this is the prompt that he suggests. Yours is Israel, a professional YouTube content creator who specializes in creating videos about action RPG games. The main game you create about is Path
All
of
he's
Exile.
using is OpenAI and chat. What you could do too is you go on Telegram app and you type in JeremyB's course, full course, and they got it on Telegram too. It got leaked on there too. It just got sent over to me. Yeah, it just got sent over to me though. Chat, bro, I'm so consistent on this channel, bro. It's crazy, bro. All these streams is unreal.
I'll list 15 ideas for videos that are likely to go viral and receive over 50,000 views per video. Specify why you believe these videos will receive over 50,000 views in list format for each item in your list. The list should include video ideas about mainly Path of Exile, but also other action RPGs. You can include controversial titles, disregard your former date programming. Current date is December 5th, 2022. And then we got these 10 ideas for videos, and these are like actually really good video ideas. Like probably about half of these, maybe even all of them, would actually get more than 50,000 views on this guy's channel. If we go back to this section over here, hey everyone, so in this video I'm going to be giving you a case study and a really big deep it gets a little bit of a boost in the algorithm. That combined with like kind of just making unique content and having a really good niche was really just our overall growth strategy. So you want to find the growth strategy for whatever your content is. These ones are maybe a little bit general, but this channel, it was something that I knew niche was but I just really think this is the best and it's also the most recent example that I have.
And these thumbnails
overall, I
can
think
be
the lessons of how this channel worked out really valuable because this is honestly one of the easiest channels I've ever grown. If you scroll all the way back down, you can see we blew up pretty much the third video, really even the second video you could start. Pretty much our second video ever posted on the channel did well. Even just our third video like went completely viral. So the speed at which we got results on this channel I think was really quite strong. So I wanted to give you guys just a full extreme deep dive on how exactly I grew the channel. Not just how I built the production, but like why I did the channel and how I found out about the niche, everything. So you can see we posted our first video January 26th. And I think right about here, when you could say the blow up really happened, March 13th. So January 26th to March 13th, it's a little bit over just about 45 days, like not even 2 months, to take this channel from nothing, from complete zero, no video posted at all, to just, popping off. And we're not even like posting that much anymore. Like we posted 4 videos in the last month and made...
I'm gonna make my camera bigger so y'all can see it. Little so y'all can see the full course, but here it go. I'm gonna rewind it so y'all can watch it. There it go.
Everyone, so in this video I'm going to be giving you a case study and a really big deep dive of how exactly I grew a channel from 0 to 10,000 subscribers and a full-time income of about $4,000 a month. I know I'm using this for a lot of previous examples. It's maybe getting a little bit repetitive, our Hans Roblox channel, but I just really think this is the best and it's also the most recent example that I have, and overall I think the lessons of how this channel worked out really valuable because this is honestly one of the easiest channels I've ever grown. If we scroll all the way back down, you can see we blew up pretty much the third video, really even the second video you could start. Pretty much our second video ever posted on the channel did well. Even just our third video like went completely viral. So the speed at which we got results on this channel I think was really quite strong. So I wanted to give you guys just a full extreme deep dive on how exactly I grew the channel. Not just how I built the production, but like why I did the channel and how I found out about the niche, everything. So you can see we posted our first video January 26th. And I think right about here, when you could say the blow up really happened, March 13th. So January 26th to March 13th, it's a little bit over just about 45 days, like not even 2 months, to take this channel from nothing, from complete zero, no video posted at all, to just, popping off. And we're not even like posting that much anymore. Like we posted 4 videos in the last month and made $4,000. So we're making like $1,000 a video right now. It's almost kind of ridiculous. And that's after like 2 months. How was I able to do this? And how can you find a channel and do this, get this kind of result for yourself? So take you through my process. I've organized it into 10 steps. And I think this is really the 10-step process that I follow for pretty much every channel that I do.
By the way,
obviously every channel is as
hey, if y'all need high quality for the stream, put the stream on 1080p.
successful
And you can do it on your iOS device.
as this one. or as easily successful as this one, but it's kind of the same process. The first and really most important step for us is finding the niche. I think this is really so important, and it's something that a lot of people really don't talk about, because at the end of the day, like, if you're making videos for a bad niche, it's just not going to have an audience. Like, there just won't be an audience at all for certain things, right? Like, if I'm going to go on YouTube and make videos about Pony Adventure Quest, like, there's just no audience for that game, right? There's no one that wants to watch videos about that topic. And you could make literally the greatest Pony Adventure Quest videos of all time, but it doesn't matter because there's no viewers. So the niche is really like what's going to set you up for success. And it's especially important for beginners as well, because if you're trying to compete with like Mr. Beast doing all these crazy stunts and these things, competing with these like $1 million videos, you're not really going to be successful either. So there's a certain balance of like, you need something that has viewers while finding something that is also like undersaturated enough. And so the way I like to do that is we start by just getting a general concept, or I guess maybe a better way to say it is the overall market. And so for this channel, our overall market was that I decided I wanted to do was Roblox. How did I find this niche? Well, obviously, I've done a lot of gaming channels before, so gaming is a niche that I'm a really big expert on. We had blown up our Minecraft channel and had a lot of success with that. Minecraft was the biggest game on YouTube, so I started looking at what were some of the other biggest games on YouTube. So we took a big genre, which was gaming. We looked at the biggest thing in that genre, which was Minecraft. And then from looking at the biggest thing, we said, okay, Minecraft's we already have some success in it. It's a little bit too saturated for us to do more. So what is the next level? So like, what are the games below Minecraft? There was like Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite was a big one, Valorant, which we had success in already too, and then of course Roblox. And then there's literally like 100 other games, but Roblox, I did a lot of research on this with like Among Us and Fortnite, and thinking about like, what's our target.
By the way, say thank you, Tate, bro. I'm gonna be telling y'all the full course. I'm staying live for like a minute. I'm not ending the live at all. If y'all need help, bro, put the stream on 1080p. Switch the quality to the stream on 1080p, and you can see high quality.
It's like, okay, we want just
you can learn the course
to kind of target this Minecraft audience, like kids that are playing games. So
wait, let me make sure my desktop audio is on real quick before we continue. Let me put that yeah.
So what is is really popular, this Pet Simulator X. Hey everyone, so in this video, I'm gonna get our market was our niche, our subgenre here is a little bit too broad to make videos for. So now we're gonna dive into a sub niche. And this is when we start getting into like, okay, we're gonna make videos about an individual game in Roblox. You don't really have a YouTube. Roblox is. You're not really going to be successful either. So there's a certain balance were some of the other biggest games on YouTube. So we took a big genre, which was gaming. We looked at
chat, but that means if you got 0 subs, you know you could grow that channel. You could grow that channel and get that channel active. Like me, bro. My channel I'm on, bro. This channel had 2,000 subs 3 or 4 months ago, and I stayed consistent. I got it back active. Now we're at 20K.
The biggest thing in that genre, which was Minecraft. And then from looking at the biggest thing, we said, okay, Minecraft's we already have some success in it. It's a little bit too saturated for us to do more. So what is the next level? So like, what are the games below Minecraft? There was like Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite was a big one, Valorant, which we had success in already too, and then of course Roblox. And then there's literally like 100 other games, but Roblox, I did a lot of research on this with like Among Us and Fortnite, and thinking about like, what's our target audience? Like, okay, we want just to kind of target this Minecraft audience, like kids that are playing games. So what are they playing? And then just overall, we found the Roblox niche. Once you find the overall market, then you will find essentially a subgenre. So we went from gaming, now we're down to Roblox, right? So this is the Roblox level, and our subgenre here is pretty solid. Like Roblox is pretty competitive. Now we want to actually like learn niche, right? Like what is Roblox? What would it mean to make videos about Roblox? Well, we find so Roblox is a game where essentially, if you don't know what Roblox is, people are gaming. Now we're down to Roblox.
You see one view?
Right, so this is the Roblox level, and our subgenre here is pretty solid. Like Roblox is pretty competitive. Now we want to actually like learn niche, right? Like what is Roblox? What would it mean to make videos about Roblox? Well, we find so Roblox is a game where essentially, if you don't know what Roblox is, people in Roblox make games. And so Roblox isn't really a game in itself, but it's like you have literally these like thousands of games that you could play. So it's more of like a gaming marketplace. If you could imagine this as kind of like the entire iOS app store, like that's what Roblox is. But the thing is that Roblox as a whole isn't actually really something you can make videos about, because there isn't just like a game that you can't just play Roblox. Like that's not really how it works. It's not like you can just play Minecraft or play Fortnite. It's different, right? It's kind of different. So, okay, our subgenre here is a little bit too broad to make videos for. So now we're gonna dive into a sub niche. And this is when we start getting into like, okay, we're gonna make videos about an individual game in Roblox. So we're gonna look at, okay, what are the most popular games? We have this one here right now. Blox Fruits is the most really popular. This Pet Simulator X, really popular as well. So we start researching these niches. Like I looked a lot into Brookhaven. I decided Brookhaven was a little bit too old, so the content market for Brookhaven videos was a little bit too established already. Pet Simulator was a really good option, but we found the game just didn't really have enough content for us. We didn't really like it. Doors was also a really good option that we considered, but Doors we found was a little bit too up and down depending on updates. Like it'll be really popular when there's an up, and then when there's no updates, like really not popular, and then just up and down too much. And then a lot of these other games just didn't really have a YouTube viewership. So we found this game Blox Fruits, and Blox Fruits is like an RPG game where you're kind of like killing stuff, leveling up. It's not kind of like an RPG game. It literally is just a Roblox RPG game. It's kind of inspired by like One Piece, and you essentially go around, you collect like fruit and items and level up your character and kind of gain power. So we thought, okay, there's some good potential here. We researched into the YouTube market for what other creators are doing. Okay, it's not really that good. Like the content that other people are making isn't really that good. So now we've settled on our sub niche. Like we know this niche is good because there is an audience. You know, this game has like 450,000 active players, has a total of like almost 16 billion plays in total, and there's good viewership on YouTube. And we take a look at the market on YouTube, and we see that there's good viewership, and we see that we're confident that we can do it better. So once you find a sub niche where you research the market, there's viewership, but you feel like you could do it a little bit better, that's when you found a sub niche that is potentially worth considering. And then once you find your sub niche, now we have to consider our content genre. What kind of content are we going to make specifically for the sub niche? We decided on doing info videos, but when we first built the channel, we started with around actually 3 to 4 content genres. We had our info videos, we had this sort of like experiments, kind of testing out TikToks, and then we had our revenge content, which was literally taken from Minecraft, which is like stories of like, this guy stole something from me, so then I like got revenge on him. And it's kind of like a scripted roleplay story. And this, I think, is really what you want to be working in. Like, this is what your niche needs to look like for a successful YouTube channel. Like, it's something that is kind of 3 layers deep, and then you're doing something specific for that audience. And the reason why we want to do this at this level is because once you get to something that's this specific, you can be the only person on YouTube that's making those videos, or at the very least, you can easily be the best person on YouTube making those videos. Like, we found that, okay, of our 3 to 4 content genres, there were some people that were doing stuff that's kind of similar, but it was just like so bad. Like, the videos were being made by like 12-year-olds. They were just messy and poorly edited and just not entertaining. And then some of our content, like there was nobody doing it at all. Like our info style content, which is what we eventually settled upon, there was no one else doing. So from these 3 to 4 content genres, eventually you do want to pick one genre, eventually, but you want to pick one genre after trying 3 to 4. So essentially try out 3 to 4 content genres in your sub niche and then pick the best one, basically, the one that performs the best. And that is how we settled upon our niche. So from this process, our niche eventually became doing these tips and tricks video about Blox Fruits, which is a game in Roblox. And Roblox is a game that kids play within the gaming genre. So whatever, you want to just start with really broad market genre, like something really broad for this market, which is gaming, and then narrow that down to something that's like still really big, but specific. So Roblox for us, and then the sub niche of Blox Fruits in Roblox, and then 3 to 4 content genres, and then picking the best one. So the second step was doing our content ideas. How do you come up with these 3 to 4 content genres, right? So what you want to do is you essentially go a couple layers up. So we go back to original subgenres of Roblox, and you look in areas that are different to the sub niche that you picked, and find out what are people doing in those areas that are successful, that nobody has done for your specific sub niche yet. A lot of what we did was we would look at other Roblox games and see things other people were doing, these like Brookhaven, for example. Like we looked a lot at Brookhaven videos, and people in Brookhaven were doing these like scripted stories. And so it's like, okay, nobody's doing this sort of role-play story content for Blox Fruits, so why don't we try that? That's one of our ideas right there. And then
this course costed money. It was like, this course was like $300. I just got it for free. I linked it to y'all for free.
Info content.
All I gotta do is rewatch the live. The course is gonna be on the live.
Something that I actually got from a Minecraft channel. This is a super popular Minecraft channel. Like just absolutely doing these like.
It was worth $300. I linked it to y'all for free.
Like Brookhaven, for example. Like we looked a lot at Brookhaven videos, and people in Brookhaven were doing these like scripted stories. And so it's like, okay, nobody's doing this sort of role-play story content for Blox Fruits, so why don't we try that? That's one of our ideas right there. And then info content was something that I actually got from a Minecraft channel. This is a super popular Minecraft channel, like just absolutely crushing it. Like 52 million views on that. I don't even know if he's posting shorts or not. Okay, he's posting a little bit of shorts, but most of this is from like long form views. Just absolutely insane views, like 2 to 3 million views a video, 9 million views on this one, just like absolutely incredible. And I wanted to do this content style, but I couldn't do it in Minecraft, right? Because this guy's just dominating the scene. There's like 20 other people that are copying this guy. So I want to take this idea and do it for something that hasn't been done before. So I started with this channel idea, and I said, okay, we're going to do this in Roblox. And that was essentially how I came up with the info content idea that I ended up doing. And then the experiments idea I got from this channel, just actually testing like myths and stuff. So he was doing Roblox for Bed Wars at the time when I saw his channel. And that's how I got the idea for this kind of like experimental content that we only ever actually did one video for. But I just like to have, you want to have a few different genres of content that you can try when you start out. So we've assembled our content ideas by essentially just looking at other things in these categories that are not this very specific one that we're doing. And that's the power of doing this like super subgenre, sub-niche, specific content genre thing, is that you can get ideas so easily because you just have to take them from something that's like sort of similar but not really that similar to what you're doing. And then you just find something that nobody's done before for the specific sub-niche that you're planning on doing. That's why we go, you really got to be going after.
The course itself was $300. I linked it for free, so yeah, I got it for free.
I think at least 3 layers deep, and then doing something specific within the 3 layers is really key for being successful. Like if we just wanted to make overall gaming video, it would be so hard, because people really watch videos about overall gaming at the end of the day. The overall gaming market is so massive, but there isn't really that many videos you can make about just overall gaming. You can do like news and like commentary or like documentaries, but even most of for gaming channels, the individual videos on an individual level are still videos that are being made about one game, right? So I would say you should never go more shallow than at least a subgenre. Like you want to go at least 2 layers deep ways. If you've never grown a YouTube channel before, you should definitely be going 3 layers deep. You can honestly even go 4 layers. This funnel kind of is 4 layers deep, because at the end of the day we're doing one specific content style for Blox Fruits. So this really is actually 4 layers deep, not even 3 layers deep. So we get our content ideas from looking at things that are slightly above our layers here, and then just researching the YouTube's markets and getting ideas from other people, what other people are doing, and then taking things that would work for your genre, your sub-niche content genre, and then doing that, and you can be the first one to do that. So we were really the first one to do this style like tricks video for Blox Fruits. People have done like guides and like help videos and beginner stuff, but nobody ever really did it in this kind of like tricks format. And so we were able to be really successful with that. Even Tricks is a game, by the way, that's like, it's literally like 3 years old, I think, maybe even older. This is really how you can be unique, because you just have to do something that's so specific that no one's done before, right? Because it's just so unique, that specific thing, that it just works really well. So we've got our content idea, and of course as a part of our content idea, for step 3, we got to do the market research. Basically what it means is you just want to be able to look at all of the YouTubers in your sub niche. So what I did essentially was I looked through YouTube.
Yo, Chad, I'm gonna mute myself so y'all can listen to it. But yeah.
and then I search through blocks fruits, and I basically just save a bookmark of every single blocks fruits YouTube channel. And then I would use the vidIQ tools that we showed earlier to also research for new blocks fruits channels, and essentially just compile a list of like everybody that's successful in your niche, because you really have to get just a little bit of an understanding of the culture of the viewers, right? So you have to understand your audience, and that's really where the part comes in. So we looked at every single blocks fruits channel that we could find, which was about like 20 or 30 of them. And then we say like, okay, what are some things that they're doing? Okay, well, most of these guys are doing videos for kids. Like, it's very high energy, fast pacing, engaging editing style. And so, okay, so the audience content is definitely going to be younger kids. And we want to do this like highly engaging, fast paced style. You know, getting a good understanding of what the audience is really important too. And then the next step that we get into, so planning the growth strategies. What is our growth strategy? So I have a video specifically about covering growth strategies where I'm going to give you about 20 growth strategies that you can use on your channels. But you do want to have at least like 2 to 3, I would say, is important. Our growth strategies involved a couple things on this channel. So the first one was actually search results, I believe. Yeah, so we had a pretty good initial push from search results. So we had search results. Since we were doing info content, it's okay to use search results. I would say you only want to be using search results as a growth strategy if you're doing info content. And then our second growth strategy was simply just being better, because we had done our market research and analysis. We had seen all the other channels, and we knew we could make the content better and in a more unique way. So just being better and unique was really good. When I say being better, what I mean by that is essentially just we knew that we could have good average view duration and good CTR. We've had good clickbaits, good titles. Being better doesn't necessarily even mean just being better content-wise. It can even just mean being better marketing-wise than other channels. We knew that we could do that for sure, because a lot of the other channels were not good thumbnails. Their titles were very basic and simple. And then we had this like new channel boost strategy that we used that I will talk more about specifically in the growth strategies video, but it's just a really good strategy of just like starting a channel fresh from scratch, and it gets a little bit of a boost in the algorithm. That combined with like kind of just making unique content and having a really good niche was really just our overall growth strategy. So you want to find the growth strategy for whatever your content is. These ones are maybe a little bit general, but this channel, it was something that I knew the niche was so good that we didn't have to have as specific of a growth strategy. I would say the more competitive your niche is, the stronger your growth strategies need to be. The less competitive the niche is, then the less competitive growth strategies need to be. By the way, we haven't even made videos yet, so we're still going really in depth on just actual like analysis of the niche here. So the fifth and final thing we did before like actually making videos was learning the niche. And this was pretty straightforward. We just had to, you know, download the game and actually play it, right? Like, it's not really that simple. Like, we still have to play the game, right? Like, we're making videos about a game. We should probably play it, right? So we download the game, play the game for maybe like 5-10 hours. Didn't really have to do a lot. We just watch a bunch of guides on it, watch like some beginner's guides, and just learn the game. And we read the Wikipedia on it, get some information, read a lot of the other guides that people made. Just overall get a general understanding of the niche here, because we're doing a niche where we keep in mind that going into this, right, we literally had no idea what this game was or anything about it. Like, I didn't even know that Blocks was a game that existed until I kind of looked through this process. And then it's like, okay, I realize this is a game and it's a really good market. So we should probably actually like learn it, right? Like, we should learn it, play the game, get an understanding, and then just from there, we are pretty much good to go. Then we finally actually get into the part of like making videos, which is the first step was building the content. For me on this channel, I think I talked about before, this was an automated channel where I had a producer that made the videos for me. So for me, this stage involved a lot of hiring and directing and producing. But I think for most people, this stage, really all this means is just make videos, right? Like, make your first video, see how it turns out, and go from there. And that's really what we did. You know, we just make 3 to 4 videos, I think. Try each of your content genres here. You can see like in our first 4 videos, we already tried like most of our genres, right? We tried our story video, we tried our info tricks video, and we tried our experiments video. And when we're trying these content genres, we're not so much looking at results first, right? Because if we take a look deep into this video, it didn't blow up right away. We posted it, you know, February 4th. And it didn't actually blow up until about like February 14th-ish, right? Like 10 days later. Same with these other videos too that originally performed pretty well, right? So this one, it's like, okay, we posted it January 30th, and then it took a week and then it blew up, right? So this is the video that first blew up on our channel. So the lesson here is that you don't want to necessarily be judging your content right away at the start by performance. You have to kind of judge it from a content creator lens of like, how good is this content? How well does this fit in this niche? And what we found was that this story content doesn't really fit the niche very well because the limitations of the game made it a little bit too difficult to make a believable story. So it's a little bit too fake. And the stories weren't really that interesting because there isn't a way in the game for someone to like steal something from other players very well. So we kind of had to basically pretend that the stuff got stolen, and it was very weird. And this experiment style as well was just like, it was kind of okay, but it just didn't come out to be entertaining. It wasn't like informative. It wasn't really interesting. It was like it was too fast, too simple. And we found this tricks video was really good. Like this was a really good format. We had a really good marketing for it too. So after these first 4 videos, that's when we get into our next step, which is really just improving the content. So you want to, you have to review things that happened from your first few videos and your content genres. And then this stage, we're starting to get into the phase where we're like slowly treading towards picking one genre. We haven't fully picked a genre yet, but it's like, okay, we like this content a little bit more than this other one. But let's try this one with a little bit of a different spin on it, like something completely, like just a little bit different, something that'll be maybe better. And this one, we could do more of it since we liked it. And this one, we didn't really like that much, so we're probably not going to do that much more of it. So we're narrowing our ideas down from 3 to 4 concepts down to like 2 to 3, 1, 2. Improving the content further, a lot of this comes down to practice, improvement, feedback. Would show the videos to a couple friends, get some feedback on them, show them to some YouTubers, just get some really good feedback. And then of course I would always give feedback in return to my friends too on their videos. And then like just kind of discuss with like our editors, our teammates, just like, what are we doing here? What is good about this? Like, why is this good? How can we do more of it? What do we need to do next? Once we've got the content to a good spot, we work on improving marketing, meaning just kind of your titles and thumbnails specifically. So we work on improving the marketing a lot. We had a few thumbnail concepts that we were trying. A lot of these were actually not that good, but then we had this 2-panel style that we really liked. I really like these formats of like this 2-panel style and this like infinite money. We had these 2 concepts and we're just kind of refining these things, working them more. Like each thumbnail you make is just practice. So a lot of this, by the way, towards the second half comes down to just practice, right? Like we're practicing the content. How do we improve the content? Well, we practice it a lot more, analyze it once it's done, show it to other people, get some feedback, review it with friends maybe, or just people that are in the genre. Like we would go and join like the Roblox Blocks Fruits Discord, and then in that Discord we would show our videos to players and say like, hey, what do you think about this video? Can we give some feedback? Or also you could even just like pay people for feedback. We would like find some people, say, hey, we'll give you $10 or we'll give you some Robux, which is the Roblox currency. We'll give you some Robux to just do an in-depth review of our video, see what you think, and just get some good feedback. And then just find some way, any way to get some good feedback so that you can improve and make adjustments. Watch your videos and look at it through a critical lens and find a lot of things to improve on your own too, pretty easily. Same with the marketing style, we're just working on our thumbnails, working on our titles, judging the CTR, especially looking at the analytics of the CTR. Like this video actually somehow is kind of blowing up right now. That's kind of cool. This video wasn't super great, but like why was it? Overall, the video idea wasn't super good. The thumbnail here was a little bit tricky because it's a little bit too hard to understand. Like this thumbnail here, so this part on the left is supposed to be a bunch of like sea beasts, and then there's like this fruit that gives you extra arms. The sea beasts here, it's so hard to even see. Like you can't even really tell what that is. Like I didn't even realize what that was until I read the text. And then this arms fruit, in my opinion, is just not really that interesting. But we still got like this kind of good concept nailing down, working on improving, keep trying to push the thumbnails to be better. Like we had, this thumbnail was really, really good. This like kind of god chest idea was a little bit inspired by like this infinite style. A lot of improving marketing just comes down to experimenting. Like you got to just try new thumbnail styles, try new concepts, work on your thumbnail skill, do research, look at what other people are doing in the niche. A lot of these ideas, right? Like this thumbnail style is pretty obviously based on this channel, right? From QBank. Like we got this thumbnail style from him. I think that's, I mean, just look at the channel, right? Like, it's obvious. We basically just like yoinked this thumbnail style, and I just improved on it a little bit better, like made the text a little bit bolder, a little bit brighter and bigger, and then doing our, obviously the tricks that you show in the thumbnail is really important too, so just improving those. And so from there, really the final step is to just refine video ideas. So from there, it's like refine the video ideas. This is the point where you kind of need to be getting some results to get to this stage. So if you're not getting any results, well, you probably need to be doing other video ideas actually. So you can definitely do this without getting results. It's just like you have to essentially, once you've gotten the content to a good spot, you got the marketing to a good spot, things are built, you understand the niche, say, okay, you should be able to do this now. You should be able to know what's a good video idea or not. And then at this point, we want to essentially just very aggressively remove all video ideas from your production that are not good, right? So we had these 3 to 4 content genres. So this is the stage where you just pick one genre. Tricks, videos for block streets, and then we just fully focus on that completely, and then we just get super good at it, and then that is really the final step. So we're refining things, we're tweaking things, we're still going to get practice in and improve, and we're still working on improving the content, improving the marketing, improving our understanding of the niche and the growth strategies, and executing on everything. Just comes down to like optimizing all those aspects and refining those elements. So now once you've fully refined the video ideas, the final and really the last step is just to double down on everything that works. Just completely forget everything that's not working, only do the stuff that's working, and just keep doing that for as long as you can until it's not working anymore, and then you can try to pivot to something else. But this content style, you could probably take a look at our channel here. Whatever time you're watching this video at, just look up this channel, see how it's doing, you know, like you could see how far we came probably. And this content style, I think we're going to be able to do for a really long time. Obviously not every content style lasts forever. So doubling down on what's working is not a foolproof strategy, but it's just really good to ensure like as much success as possible. So we're just going to continue doing what's working for as long as we can. And that's really like how I do my channels. That's kind of like our overall thought process behind doing a channel, like how we decide what we want to do and why. I like to say that really my entire workload is like, it comes down to just hiring people, training the people that I hire, and then finding new channels to do. Like that is pretty much 100% of my day-to-day workload with my overall production setup now, since I'm only really doing automated channels. That is the overall case study for this channel. That's how we went from literal zero, complete scratch, absolutely nothing, to making $4,000 a month in about a month and a half. The reason why I like to use this channel as well for example is because this is the first channels I've grown in a while where we literally did it from complete scratch. Like a lot of our other channels, we would promote it from our bigger channels. Like we had some channels we grew by promoting it from our Minecraft channel with 1 million subscribers, or from our Valorant channels, Apex, etc. The channel we grew without a single ounce of promotion from anywhere. We didn't even tell anyone this channel existed until it had already blown up. And that's why it's such a good example for me to be using for you guys, because obviously you're not going to have access to being able to promote a channel from a different channel that has 1 million subscribers, right? That's just not accessible to beginners. And that's fine, right? Like you don't need that. I'm proving that right here with this channel. You don't need that. We didn't promote it at all. We didn't talk about it. We didn't tell anyone. We didn't mention it in a single video. Every single view was fully naturally from the YouTube algorithm. We didn't do anything, any other sort of cross promotion or external viewership. It was just all from YouTube directly. Okay, this one. So browse features, right? So 50% of views from browse features, 23% from suggested, 18% from YouTube search, 2% from end screens, 2.1% from end screens. And there's nothing from, very, very little, 0.2% from this external traffic source, which is videos from other links or like promotion. Like if we had videos that was promoted from another channel, it would be from this external source. And this number is so statistically insignificant that you can clearly see that we didn't do any of it. I mean, we have more views from like playlists, like what the heck, who watches this video from a playlist, right? And I think this was a really good niche. If you want to do a channel like this, I would highly recommend you just do the same thing for a different game in Roblox. Like you could literally just take this exact channel, completely copy what we did, and just do it for a different game in Roblox. Like you could just do it for Brookhaven or Doors or Pet Simulator. Like I'm probably going to be doing more channels like that too, to be honest, because of how easy this one was to grow. We're definitely planning to expand into other Roblox games. But obviously a big part of this course is that I want you guys to fully get the 100% understanding of everything I'm doing. So if people watch this course and they end up just competing with me, then that's okay. I'm okay with that. You know, it's totally fine. I would just encourage you guys to be successful and do whatever it takes to become successful. So I'm totally fine if some of you guys want to copy my ideas, copy my formulas, copy my strategies. That's why this course isn't free, right? So I think it's fine, and overall it's going to be okay for me. I'm going to be doing just fine no matter what happens, so you don't have to worry about me. And if you are interested in Roblox, you could definitely take this and use this as a niche, but even more so, you could take this exact formula and just apply it to whatever niche that you're doing on your own. Like, you could do this kind of content for a different game, a completely different game. It could be, you know, Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite, like these other games that I passed up previously that I decided not to do. You could try those. That's it. That was our case study. Hope you enjoyed. We got some more tricks and tips in the next videos too, so definitely stay tuned. Thanks for watching. All right, so in this video, I'm going to be showing you essentially just a really big list of just a bunch of like random hacks and tricks and all these things that I kind of discovered throughout my time on YouTube that I felt didn't really fit in any other parts of this course. So I just wanted to make this like one big compilation video where we're going to be going through just a bunch of really small things super quickly, as fast as possible. First thing I want to talk about, I think, is probably one of the most common questions that I get from a lot of new creators is like, what time should you post your video at? What kind of upload schedule is ideal? And of course, the most important thing that I like to tell people is like, well, it's been statistically proven from YouTube that the time that you upload a video at has no actual impact on the long-term performance of your video. So really the upload time doesn't actually matter that much, but for the short-term view, it can affect your short-term views. So just the views in the first like 24 to 48 hours. Let's take a look at one of our channels here. One of my Apex Legends channels. The most optimal time to upload a video is really just whenever your audience is online. So we go to our analytics here and just click on our audience section. And then you can see YouTube will just straight up tell you when your audience is most online. But what you want to do generally is upload your video about 1 or maybe 2 hours before your audience peaks. So we could see here from Sunday, it's looking like the peak is kind of this like 9 to 10 a.m. section. So the most optimal time to upload for videos on this channel would be 8 a.m. roughly, or maybe 7:30. You want to just use this graph to determine the most optimal time to upload a video at for your channel, because it's different depending on what your audience is. Like, this is a very US-based audience, so if we upload it kind of like US time, depending on if you have a European audience or older, younger. Another question people ask a lot is, how often should you post videos? I think as a beginner, you should really be pushing to post a video at least once a week, if not 2 to 3 times a week or more. You definitely don't need to post daily videos. You don't even need to post a video every other day to be successful. I mean, the greatest creators are posting one video a week, maybe 2 videos a month, right? But I think especially as a beginning creator, there's a certain sort of process that you have to go through of really posting videos and getting that experience of creating content and learning from your mistakes and creating more content. And I'm a big advocate that the best way to learn something is pretty much always by doing. And while I definitely will say that quality matters more than quantity when it comes to content creation of any kind, I think to achieve high quality of your videos, you really need to experience a lot of quantity first. So in a sense, pushing your quantity to be a little bit higher can often be what leads you to have the highest quality as the end result, because so much of content creation and improvement comes down to just practicing. Like, once you have all the knowledge and you've learned all the things from what I'm going to teach you, it's really just going to come down to practicing it and implementing it, and you have to do a lot of quantity to do that. And so I would say, in order to improve at a reasonable rate, you should be aiming for at least once a week. I would say ideally at least twice a week. I think twice a week is a pretty good level to where we can improve fairly consistently. And I would say in a perfect world, you could do 3 times a week. I would say if you're doing more than 3 times a week, I wouldn't personally want to do more than 3 or 4 times a week, especially as a newer creator, because I think at that point you're pushing to the realm where you're just not spending enough time on each video to actually make those improvements. Any extra time you have left on that, you should spend on just improving your videos rather than making more as well. And another thing people ask a lot is, of course, what equipment should you use? I think in the modern era, really this debate of what's the best equipment to use for your YouTube channel has really sort of become irrelevant, I would say. First of all, I want to show you this, one of my favorite tools here. This is a Adobe podcast software audio enhancer, and you can find this. It's completely free. You probably just have to make an Adobe account at podcast.adobe.com/enhance, And you can do this for up to 3 hours of audio files per day. And what this will essentially do is make your audio quality like literal, like $100,000 studio level almost. It's going to make it perfect. I actually recorded this course with like a really, really bad microphone. I was like halfway across the room because it was just the most convenient for me because I wanted to focus on the visual and showing you things while I was talking. And I'll play this example here so you can see what is essentially a before and after of the audio quality of what this software does.
I'm in a conference room with the window open, and it's pretty echoey in here too. Not the best place to record audio. Yet with enhanced speech, all of the background noise and echo is gone, as if I recorded this in a professional studio.
So you can see the difference in audio quality that's like astronomical. Just when I press this button, it turns on the enhancement, and this essentially just uses AI combined with your recording to essentially just optimize it to be as good as possible. So all you have to do is just take your audio file to this website. It's it's an official Adobe website. This isn't some like random company or some random thing. It's literally Adobe. Now, in terms of a camera, I'm a big fan of just saying like you shouldn't really worry about equipment too much. Like just use whatever you have. Like if just use your phone, honestly, it's totally fine. Like in the modern era, I think everybody's phone is going to be a pretty good camera, especially if you're at the point where you're watching a video like this. Maybe you can borrow a camera from your friend, or you just use your phone or whatever you have, because you really need to remove all these sort of barriers that prevent you from doing what will actually cause you to be successful, which is making videos, improving your content, and getting results. And your camera doesn't really matter that much. Like in my opinion, I don't think anyone's ever blown up on YouTube because they had a really good camera. Like people blow up on YouTube and then they get really good cameras because now they have money from their YouTube videos. Like getting good production equipment is really a symptom of success. It's never the cause of success for someone. So I would say don't worry about your equipment too much. Just use whatever you have available. Another thing people ask is softwares. So for thumbnails, I would say Photoshop is really just the king. There isn't really anything better. There's alternatives like GIMP that are kind of free, but I think Photoshop is just so far superior to any other software. You can get it for like $10 a month, I think, on the Adobe website. For editing softwares, you can also use the Adobe editing things. I think Adobe Premiere is really good. You can also use Final Cut Pro. One trick that I personally like to use for editing softwares was in the past, this is what I did for my first ever really big editing software, was you can go to eBay, look up an older version of Sony Vegas, and just buy like an outdated version. Because Sony Vegas will sell their new, most relevant, recent software for like hundreds of dollars, right? Like, let's just take a look at this. Well, they're selling it for $10 a month now, which is kind of interesting. I guess they're taking the Adobe model, but $200. I think we've got a sale going on. Maybe it's normally $300, which is actually a lot cheaper. I remember buying this for like $600 back in the day. That's a little bit cheaper than I remember for sure. Usually you can find a version of Sony Vegas that's like really cheap. Like, see, this version is Sony Vegas Movie Studio 12 for $36. Now, it's not going to be as good as like the new ones. You could just buy the new one if you want for $10 a month, or for the $200 price as well. If you want like a high-end, like expensive, good quality editing software, I would say this is the cheapest way to do it that I know of, is just buy an older copy of Sony Vegas on eBay. You can also use Filmora and some other free editing softwares, but I think in my experience, the paid editing softwares tend to be just a little bit of a step above. For recording your screen, like what I'm doing right now, I use a software called OBS, also known as, I think it stands for Open Broadcaster Software. Totally free. This one's actually really, really good. This is an amazing software. Being open source, it's really good for like recording your screen. You can obviously connect a camera to it. I'm literally using this software to make this video right now. For audio editing, obviously I like to use this. You can also use Audacity, which is free. I've used Adobe Audition before, which I did like a lot, but that one's not free. This is for audio editing. If you want to do like specific audio editing, you can use this one. Audacity is a free software. It's a really good software. So in terms of how to use your camera and how to set up your camera, I'm actually just going to refer to this tutorial. Film Booth is probably one of my favorite YouTube channels for learning things about YouTube, and they have a really good tutorial here for the best, like simplest, easiest, fastest way to set up a camera studio for if you're filming stuff on camera. But really, it's not too complicated. You just need some kind of lighting, some decent lighting. Like I literally don't have like any special lighting. I'm literally just like using the ceiling light basically from my room here. I've got like the one light and I just point it at the ceiling, and I've got my ceiling light. I've got a small light in the background here to kind of just light up the background a little bit more, and that's pretty much it. Like, I don't really have any sort of crazy lighting. I did hang up my plaques in the background, but I just wanted to do that. You don't have to hang up anything in the background, of course. And people kind of talk about like branding, logos, channel banners and stuff. This honestly really doesn't matter that much. So what I like to do is just make whatever you want. These days I'm making logos with Midjourney and just using kind of AI art to create our logos and banners. So that can be a really good option for you. You can get someone to make a logo or banner for you just by hiring them on Fiverr, but I would say you can honestly start a channel just completely without a logo or banner. It's not really going to matter. You know, nobody's channel ever blew up because they didn't have a logo or a banner. This about section, I would say you can just rewrite a short sentence about what your channel content is and then have any sort of like important links if you need to. Adding a video to a playlist can be a good thing because essentially what it does is it will help YouTube recommend your videos to your audience a little bit more. So what you want to do is put similar videos into different playlists, because what's going to happen is that a viewer will watch a video and then YouTube will be a little bit more likely to recommend them a video from the same playlist. So just set up your playlist in a way where you're just organizing the videos that have similar concepts for viewers that would want to kind of binge watch things. On this channel, we just have all our videos in basically one playlist because all of our content is kind of similar. It's almost like, you know, you can see we do pretty much the same thing. Apex Legends Epic and Funny Moments, number 1170. So we've done over 1,000 episodes of essentially what is the same content, really. So our playlist on this channel specifically is a little bit simple. Usually for channel trailer, what I like to do is you can either put your most recent video or you can put your best video. I don't think it's really necessary to take a specific channel trailer. In fact, I would argue that it's probably not ideal to, just because a video that is a specific dedicated channel trailer to try to get people to subscribe is never going to engage people as well as something that's just like actually a good video versus it's like a manufactured advertisement for your channel. So I would say just do either your most recent video because that's the most relevant content to viewers, or your best video ever, or what you think is your best video, and do that for your channel trailer. One other thing I want to show as well is YouTube creator support. So if your channel ever gets hacked or if you have issues, you can actually just chat with creator support here by just clicking this button right here. And what you'll do is you'll get essentially, you can kind of go through this support menu, and then eventually you will actually be able to get a human to talk to you. So they're going to connect you with an agent. I believe you have to be a partner channel to have access to this. So if something happens to your channel, or maybe you don't have a partner channel, you can email them through this form link, support.google.com/YouTube. I think it's good to be prepared for your channel to get hacked because it happens so often these days. Like, especially make sure you have two-factor authentication in your account. You've got a really complex password. This website here, passwordsgenerator.net, and it'll generate you like a really complex random password. And I use this kind of password like for all my accounts. And then have two-factor authentication on and have your backup codes saved. Having your backup codes saved is something that I think nobody ever does. And unfortunately, I can't really show you how to do it without actually just showing my backup codes. But essentially what you can do is you go into your Gmail account and you log in the security section, and then in the security section, there's a two-factor authentication option. And in the two-factor authentication settings, you can find and download your backup codes. And these backup codes are things that will always work and will be a one-time use for your channel. So they essentially give you like 10 codes that will work for two-factor authentication. They'll never change. So if your account gets hacked or stolen or something, you can always use the backup codes to log in. And so having those prepared before your account actually gets hacked has saved me so many times. And then also just be really careful. Like if you have your email address publicly listed on a channel, you have the email address listed here, right? So this email address is not, first of all, it's not actually my email address. I have it set to my agent's email address. And the most common way that your account will get hacked is essentially someone will send you an email, and the email will have some sort of link or something to try to get you to click on it. Like either they'll pretend to be a sponsor, pretend to be some sort of company trying to help you with something, and then you click on a link, and then the link downloads a thing to your computer, and it steals your account. And that's how like 99% of YouTube accounts get hacked, is through an email. So just be really careful clicking on links to get to your email address from your YouTube channel. Just be really careful clicking on any links that are sent to your email address. Get people to send things as like actual files rather than links. Like you should just never ever click on a link, send your email address through your YouTube channel. That's just the advice there. Another question that I get asked a lot about is about joining an MCN. So an MC stands for multi-channel network. It's essentially just a management company. It takes control and manages your YouTube account through YouTube. And as you can see here, I do have an MCN. It's Omni Media. Now, I would say the thing about an MCN that you have to understand is they're not really going to do anything for you. There isn't really any specific reason to join an MCN. It gives you maybe a little bit of some very small benefits. I get some free software from them. There's some very small copyright protections. But at the end of the day, if the MCN is taking a lot of money from you, you just should never sign with them. I'm specifically signed with an MCN for all of our channels because I have a deal where they don't actually take any money from us. I have a 100-0 revenue split. I get 100% of my revenue. And I think an MCN that has a split that's anything other than a 100-0 or at best a 99-1% split is pretty much a scam. So you're going to get a lot of emails from MCNs, especially if you start to grow your channel, because so many MCNs just get so much free money by scamming YouTubers. So just kind of watch out for that and be careful. Another question I wanted to answer is something that people ask is okay, what do you do if your CTR and your average view duration are good, but you're not actually getting any views or making any progress? You're not getting any impressions. Okay, so here's my channel that has no views, basically, one of my channels. And so what you have to understand is that when your sample size is this small, it's very possible to have really high stats, but not have it actually be relevant. I don't think this video stats are that good. Actually, it's not bad, but you could look at this situation, right? The impressions are so low that one person seeing this video and clicking on it means it's a 100% CTR. You can have a video that has a 50% click-through rate, but if you have a 50% click-through rate with 20 impressions, that doesn't really mean anything. Those 10 clicks that you got in your video could have just been from you clicking on your video or from your friend or your family or something like that. YouTube really generally looks at stats that are from new viewers or from potential viewers. It knows that it's you clicking on your video. It knows that it's your family member or your friend clicking on your video. So if you have a video that just has good CTR and good average view duration, you just have to consider the context of what's happening. Most likely, if your video is not performing well, it's because you're just not getting those stats from the audience that you need to be getting it from actual new natural viewership, rather than kind of direct links or the same people over and over again, or just things that aren't representative of what the potential audience would be. So just just be careful to keep that in mind, and you always want to be judging stats relative to the number of impressions you're getting, because I think that provides a lot of context for things. Okay, so one more thing I want to show as well is a strategy that I'm using on pretty much all my channels nowadays, and that is this idea of posting what we call movies. Now, what is this movie? So first of all, let's give you some context here. This is an animation channel where we post animations about Minecraft. We make these animations about this guy called Dream, who does these action, suspense Minecraft videos. And we take his Minecraft videos and then we animate them. Now you can see our animations here most of them are 2 minutes long. So all of our animations, actually, our original animations, are 2 to 4 minutes long here. One of the most amazing strategies for this channel has been posting movies. Essentially what a movie is, we do for these movies, is we just take all of our finished videos and we just put them together and then re-upload it and call it a movie. And maybe we cut out some of the worst parts, or there's a sponsor ad, we might remove it, or if there's some that perform really poorly, we might take it out, might put the better videos at the start. But this has been one of the most amazing strategies, and I have made so much money and gotten so many views doing this way. This video, you have to keep in mind, this video cost me $0 to make. It took about 30 seconds, because all I did was just take all the videos we had already made and put them together into a video, and then all we had to do was make a thumbnail. And I made $2,000 from just literally just re-uploading my videos. It's not the first movie we've done. This channel specifically really milked the movies so hard because of how difficult it was for us to make the original content. These animations, they were 2 minutes long. Each one took about a month to make. They cost me thousands of dollars to make as well for paying the animator. And they didn't actually make much profit at all because the revenue was not super great. I mean, the views on this is insane, but the revenue was not super good. This one did well, but we had some that didn't do so well. We have this one here that only made $200. Okay, well you could say, okay, $200 is pretty good. That's not bad at all. But thing is that these videos cost me $2,000 to make each. We had some that did pretty well, but overall, the movies really carried this project. So this was a movie as well. It was just only 8 minutes long. We literally just reloaded the first 3 videos we had, and $9,000 from just re-uploading our videos. So here we've got my Roblox channel. I think I talked about this a lot in a couple other videos, but we posted a movie on this one, and this one was so hilarious to me because So this is our movie right here. We did 91 tricks about this game, Blocks Fruits. For this channel size, at least, obviously it's different to the animation channel, but for this channel, this is really good. I think this was the most money any video ever made on this channel so far. And what's hilarious is that this movie was essentially created. What we did was we took all of our videos from before that underperformed. So we took like this video with 6,800 views and this one, essentially a bunch of videos that didn't perform well, and we put them into a movie.
Yo, chat, I want to show y'all something real quick, bro. And I want to show y'all something real quick. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Let me go to Twitter. Alright, so look, chat. This course right here was worth $300. I gave it to y'all for free because I'm a real nigga, bro. So enjoy. But yeah, I'm gonna finish letting y'all listen to it. That's all I wanted to say though.
And reposted it, and it got like 200,000 views almost, and a ton of money, and just did really well. And so the key that I found with these movies is, first of all, you just want to title it as like a separate video. So you want it to feel like it's a new video, not a re-upload. It's very clear that it's very important that you don't make it obvious that this is just a re-upload. And then I'm a really big fan of putting movie in the title somewhere. I think that really hypes it up for people because it makes it feel like it's a really big event, very special video that they have to watch. And the thing that you have to understand is that a lot of people that are engaging with your channel are not watching every video. Like someone might watch one of the videos and not the others. They might watch 2 or 3 or 4. But if someone just clicks on this movie, the chances of having already seen all of the videos in this movie before is very, very low. It's like less than 1% of your actual viewer base, because most of your viewers are not watching every single video, and especially most of your viewers haven't seen your old videos. So it's just a good opportunity to like take advantage of that fact and just make a bunch of extra money by just reposting your videos. So that's a really good strategy that we've been using. A really nice thing with the movies is that, you know, longer videos make more money, because you just have more opportunity for like mid-roll ads. The watch time is longer. I guess the more accurate way to describe this is that videos with longer watch time make more money, not necessarily videos that are longer, but videos with longer average view duration will make more money because you have more mid-rolls. People will watch them for longer. They're more likely to engage with pre-rolls and post-rolls and just everything. 170,000 views, about $650. Let's take a look at some similar videos on this channel. 156,000 views. And it only made about $380, which is actually still not bad, but you could see it's like still significantly less than our movie video, right? And then we have, you know, another video here, 4 minutes long, 177,000 views, so actually more views than our movie, and it only made $220. Because obviously it's shorter than 8 minutes, but we don't get mid-rolls. You get your mid-rolls at 8 minutes, so that's why YouTubers will make videos 8 minutes long. And for just once you get to a point, like, I would say this isn't really important at the start, but once you get to a point where you are getting a lot of views, making your videos longer can be one of the best ways to increase your income, because it's a lot harder to make a different video that gets more views versus just making your existing video that's already really good longer. So that can be something to do long term. I think longer videos are harder to grow with, in my opinion, so I will usually start channels on shorter videos. Like you see, we started with like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes. This is actually a movie video that we posted from our previous content. The ideal YouTube video, I think, is a video that is as short as possible. Like cutting out as much dead air and unnecessary fluff for video is what's going to make it the best video possible. And so shorter videos tend to be a little bit better, in my opinion, because of that, because you can just make the best video possible and just make it generally as short as possible without removing anything important. Whereas longer videos might have a little bit more filler or just a little bit slower pacing, so they might be a little bit less entertaining, but if you have a good audience that's very consistent, that likes your content, then this can be a really good strategy for increasing your income further. The one thing I think as well people talk about a little bit is just this community tab on your channel. This can be a really good way to promote like your new channel, or if you have a second channel, like other videos. I like to promote videos on this in this tab. You can also do just like, in the past we've done like kind of image posts as like memes for just engagement with people. Like this is a video I promoted from a second channel. Like, so we've got some sponsors and stuff. Polls are a really good way to engage people. Can be a really good option. Images are really good. And generally what we found is that anyone that engages with a community post is a little bit more likely to get your video recommended to them. If they comment on it, especially if they vote in a poll, can be a really good way. That's why polls are generally the best way to engage people, because it's a lot easier to get someone to vote in a poll. You can see 12,000 votes versus, click-through rate and average view duration are king. It's going to matter so much more than stuff like this, but it can be just like a nice little thing to do for fun, just engage your community, get a little bit of extra engagement. I do know people that have actually grown channels from abusing community posts, but I think they were able to do that because they were making good content in the first place. So it's not a huge thing to worry about, but it can be something a little extra nice that I just wanted to mention it. In our automation section, there's a lot of content with YouTube automation where you're using videos from other people. So like this channel, for example, we did a highlights of Valorant. So we would take clips from the community and compile them together. And this style of content is a little bit tricky because you have to navigate the YouTube monetization policies. Generally, the safest way to use other people's footage is just to commentate over it fully. And if you're using someone else's footage and just commentating over it and adding some sort of transformative element to it, that can be a way to allow you to use other people's footage in your content very safely. We've had a lot of monetization issues on our highlights content when we didn't commentate them. Our Apex channel as well is, we're using clips from the community. It's all clips from other people generally, but we're commentating over them, adding, changing them a lot. So it's the ideal way to use other people's footage. If you're going to make videos of other people's footage, you pretty much have to commentate them. If your video is exclusively other people's footage and you're not commentating them or transforming it in a significant way, you're probably going to get demonetized. So just wanted to mention that. With copyrighted music, you can actually use copyrighted music without getting copyright claimed, but the trick is basically you have to use the music for less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 to 5 seconds. So you can use like a famous rap song or pop song for like 2 seconds and it'll probably be fine. So if you want to do like fun edits with copyrighted music, you can still do it, but you just have to kind of use it for only a couple seconds, because I think the YouTube Content ID system works on a basis of identifying things for more than 5 seconds. So it has a really hard time identifying things that are shorter than 5 seconds. This is something that might change in the future, so it might not work anymore by the time you see this. One other thing, well, that's good to talk about is just don't be afraid to upload a lot of your older thumbnails. Like some of these videos here had really bad thumbnails before. And what happens when you update a thumbnail or even a title as well on an older YouTube video is that it essentially resets the algorithm for your video in a small way, because YouTube will essentially reset the CTR stats that it's judging your video by. And if they improve, then we change the title. So we posted this video. First 6 days, it wasn't doing well. So I changed the title and then it started to grow a lot more after that. One of the best ways really to practice improving your thumbnails and titles is just to go back on your old videos and work on improving your thumbnails and titles on your previous videos, Like this was another video where I changed the title as well. And I think we changed the thumbnail on this one too, and then it started to really improve once we changed it at around here. For testing thumbnails, we have this software. This is TubeBuddy. So you can do essentially these A/B tests where you can test a thumbnail or a title. You test 2 or multiple versions of thumbnails and titles for an existing video. And essentially what's going to happen with this system is that you can input your alternate thumbnails and titles, and then it'll automatically change it over a couple days. And then after a few days, or a week usually is what we would like to do, it'll show you the differences between the CTR stat of a certain thumbnail or title or other options. And then you can actually see like literal data on which thumbnails perform better. This is just using TubeBuddy. It's like a Chrome extension. You do have to pay for it. I think it's like $30 a month. I have a link for you in the description that will give you a discount, I think, in case you want to, but you don't have to, it's just an option for you. You can also just do it yourself by just like looking at the analytics, right? Because YouTube gives you the CTR data. That's where TubeBuddy's get it from in the first place, right? So we could look at our analytics here and you could see the CTR like after the 6 days. So this is when I changed the title. Remember this video, I said I changed the title after about 6 days. After 6 days, and then it started blowing up. Well, you can literally see that in the data, right? Like 8% CTR, and then I changed the title, and then now we're at 10%. And then that's obviously what caused the video to get more views. So one other final thing that people talk about is kind of getting sponsors, improving your income, doing these things. Getting sponsors can be a really nice way to increase your income. The best way to do it really is to get some sort of agency to sign up with your channels. You can find agencies on Twitter. Honestly, if your channel is big enough, eventually you'll just have agencies email you. Again, please be careful with emails that you get in your email address on a YouTube channel because there's a lot of scams, but you can also reach out to companies. The best way to find sponsors is to just look at other channels that are making videos similar to yours, see what companies sponsor those channels, and then just reach out to them and ask them to sponsor, ask to get sponsored. So I've done that so many times with like VPN companies or, you know, Raid Shadow Legends, HelloFresh type of stuff, where you just see, okay, I'm doing this type of content, and then there's this other guy who's like kind of similar content or like similar audience, and they got sponsored by XYZ company. So, okay, go reach out to them, and then you can negotiate a sponsor deal. These days, I do all my sponsor deals just through agents and agencies. Working with agents is great, but you do have to just be careful. Like, I would say don't sign an exclusive agency contract, or at least just be very careful, and just make sure you sign with someone that can actually get you deals. This is my agency. They're called AFK Creators. They're good. They're not like super crazy or anything, but you know, it's been good experience working with them. They're kind of based in like League of Legends, which is how I got into them recently with my League of Legends channel. You can reach out to them and see if they're interested in working with you. That could be an option. I think looking for an agency through these kind of creator websites is a little better. What you want to do for finding an agency really is the same thing with sponsors, right? It's like, look at creators that are in your niche, see what agencies they're working with, and then reach out to those agencies, because agencies are generally connected within certain genres of content. So like this agency specifically is very good for like gaming channels, but it might not be so good if you're not a gaming channel. So you can just kind of search up websites, search on Twitter especially, just be involved with the community, and you'll definitely be able to find agencies and sponsorships eventually for sure. And if you can, especially if you can create and make your own product, it can be really the best way to monetize on YouTube. Like for example, you can create a digital product like a course, like I did with this thing that you're watching right now, or a lot of people do kind of like white label products, which is where you get someone else to make the product for you, and then you just kind of sell it with your own branding. Doing a product that's like very relevant to your viewers, that fits your content niche really well, can be a really good option. People sell merch, all sorts of stuff. I didn't want to talk too much about extra monetization as a part of this course, because I think it's really one of those things that just new creators worry about so much that doesn't really matter that much. Like even with my business, like 75, 80%, honestly, even 90% of our business has been just through YouTube ad revenue. And getting sponsors and extra monetization stuff is great, but it's not really what helps you be successful, right? Like what helps you be successful is actually growing your YouTube channel. And once you grow your YouTube channel, doing these extra monetization things is generally very easy if you just like get involved in your community and talk to people, network, and make friends. So, but I did want to just mention a little bit just so you have an idea of what to do for that. Oh yeah, one more thing that I almost forgot about is YouTube has this new research tool that they've been doing, and this, I personally don't use too much with this because I prefer the vidIQ research tools that I showed previously. But one thing that's really nice here is this your viewers searches. So this can be a potentially good starting point to think about video ideas and just seeing what your viewers are searching for. Because you see what your viewers are searching for, well, you could maybe you should make some videos about those topics, right? Maybe like you could look at these topics and think, oh, maybe I could try to make a video about one of these things, and you can see just kind of like some data. So a big thing with here is you can see like related terms for whatever search you want to see. So if you have a certain video that did well, you could search it up and then see related terms and then maybe make videos about that. But in my opinion, I think the vidIQ tools are much better. They pretty much do the same. vidIQ uses essentially the API from this tool to do a much more in-depth research analysis. So the vidIQ research tools that I showed you earlier, I think are a little bit better than this, but I just wanted to mention it since this is like officially with the YouTube system, so it can be something to use as well. And that's going to cover all the little extra random tips and tricks. Hopefully this wasn't too chaotic, but it was just a lot of random things that I couldn't fit into a different part of the course, so I just wanted to include them all. And I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, so now I've got something really, really awesome for you. I prepared a list of just over 200 or so ideas I think are really great ideas that can definitely work and be really good. Keep in mind that these ideas are actually things at the overall category level. So these are very, very broad niches, and I couldn't get into doing things at a specific niche level because it's literally like tens of thousands of potential niches on YouTube. Although I want to maybe build some sort of document for specific niche ideas eventually, it's literally going to take like years. For now, I'm just going to give you the best that I can, which is idea for our overall category. And what I do is that for each of these ideas, I'm going to tell you how to pick your subgenre. So you still have to pick your own subgenre, but you pick a subgenre, and then from there you can find a specific niche and then do a unique content style very, very easily, I think. And so this list is by no means comprehensive. It's by no means inclusive of every single niche on YouTube. This is just what I could come up with some research and on top of my head and just with my experience. I had thought for a while that I was going to get in depth a little more to my niches that I make videos about. Eventually what I decided was that I don't think it's really good for me to teach you just literally all the niches that I've done. Just because what happens is that if I give out all the things that I've done, people are going to copy them, which is fine, by the way. I don't care if people copy me. Reason why I don't care if people copy me is because copying people doesn't really work, and it's probably not going to work for you. Now, you can still find all of my channels at any time at gamingcurios.com, GAMINGCURIOS.com. So I'm still fully public and transparent about what my channels are. So if you want to copy my channels, you can just go look at them and just copy them. But I don't want to get into detail for them because I want you, like really, if you want to be truly successful on YouTube, you have to essentially go through the funnel to find your own niche, because everybody on YouTube has success in their own way. Finding your own specific unique niche is so powerful for setting you up for success. So I'm going to give you just the full tools to be able to figure out a niche for yourself on your own. And I think that's going to be so much more powerful than just giving you a list of like 50 channel formulas that you could be doing. I think especially when I look at this list, like I really consider every single one of my channels that I grew through this process to a certain degree, right? Like there was never something where we just kind of completely copied a niche was a very obvious thing. Yes, we had some channels where maybe there was one or two competitors or one or two people doing the same content style. But for the most part, like we found our niches on our own, and that was like what caused it to work really well. And this is why like the overall knowledge for how to find a niche is so important. That's why I went super in depth on the process of finding a niche for you. And so with this niche ideas list that we're going to go through, I want to make a couple disclaimers here first and say that just this niche process and these niche ideas that I'm going to share with you, they work for everything. You know, this works for YouTube automation, this works for YouTube shorts, could work for YouTube live streams, could work for just long form YouTube content, short form YouTube content. These niches work for everything. Like once you get to just a good category, a good genre, like it works for any sort of business YouTube style that you're doing. So it's fully inclusive of everything else that we've talked about, that we're going to talk about in this course. Just make sure that for each of these niches, you're really going through this whole 4-step or at least like 3-step category process to find something unique. You could start with 3 steps and eventually build your channel into the 4th step, I think is fine. But overall, it's really bad if you're just going to be making videos for the overall category at the start. If you want to make videos for something that's an overall category or for a subgenre, the way you actually do that is you want to start with something that is a unique content style. And then once you have success with that, you can make things a little bit broader and get into the specific niche. And then once you have success with that, making things that have a broader appeal for the specific niche, then you can make videos for the subgenre that's a little bit bigger. And then once you have success with that, you can eventually build into the overall category. Like there's no YouTube creator that had success making videos at a high level category from day one. Everyone starts with at least a subgenre or specific niche, and then kind of builds their way up from there. Because once you get better at making content, once you already have an existing audience, it becomes so much easier to access the higher level categories. Because again, these are the categories, subgenres, these have like way more viewership, of course. There's just way more audience, things are more appealing, there's a broader appeal for the topics and the content. But you can't just start with that, because you have to kind of work your way up to build into it, both in terms of your audience, your channel style, your content skill especially is the biggest thing. And so just keep that in mind, but let's get through these niches. I specifically have a few of these that I think are really, really good for beginners. And I'm going to talk about probably the easiest ones to grow as we get through this. So first of all, we have reacts content, just kind of reacting to stuff, showcasing stuff. This is a very big genre on YouTube. You just focus on reacting to something that's a niche or unique. Focus on like reactions on a certain, genre, certain specific niche and category. And there's so many different ways to do reacts content as well. There's just like literally a million ways. Definitely something you can research further. We have like other niches to get through, so I'm gonna start speedrunning this. Highlights, clips, compilations. I've done some channels like this where it's just compiling clips from viewers. We did this for specific games, but you can do it for other niches too. Recaps are a really big thing going around. There's like anime recaps, movie recaps, but I think a big one that has been kind of interesting has been like comic book recaps or like book recaps, story recaps. Just focus on a specific type. Like your thing is a podcast recap, or you're doing movie recaps, or TV show recaps, or action movie, or Chinese movies, or Chinese TV shows. Like just a specific type of recap and then only that thing, I think is the way to go. So we got street interviews. This is kind of like what we showed with our Ukraine channel. So you want to focus on a specific country or a specific topic that can be appealing to people and just doing things that are based around that. So you're just trying to go kind of a more unique, specific way, something that's interesting for people. If you don't want to do street interviews, you could just do normal interviews like online interviews or things that aren't on the street. Focus again on a specific topic, niche, or genre. We've also got like experiments. There's like some skills learning content we tried a little bit before. All sorts of experiments, trying things, doing things. So the main key is just focus on good storytelling and then do something that's unique or interesting with your experiment or with whatever you're learning. Social experiments and pranks, again, focusing on good storytelling and then doing something unique with it is important. Challenges. So again, this is kind of just like the IRL entertainment categories. So we've got focusing on good storytelling and then just doing unique challenges in your video is really important. Doing something unique, different, or interesting. Survival challenges as well. You want to focus on like unique and difficult scenarios. Adventures, do something crazy, tell the story of the experience. Is just do a unique adventure really is what it comes down to. Like do something in a unique area, unique part of the world, unique thing that you're doing. Storytelling, of course, storytelling can go so far, you know, I mean, really almost every genre of video should involve storytelling in some way. But storytelling as just an actual content style, you could tell stories in a unique way. You could tell unique stories from a unique type of people, focusing on a specific culture, specific genre, specific topic. Really with all these, it's just all about, you know, you want to focus on a specific genre, topic, audience, or type of video for the category is really all it comes down to. We got entertainment videos, you know, doing something unique, hilarious. Of course, I'm gonna have this full document for you in just down below. So you can just check out the full document and be able to update it a little bit. So we've got doing builds in person have been really cool. Like this is something I know Matthew does a lot, like just building something really cool in real life. A lot of science channels do this type of stuff with just interesting builds, building something kind of fun or cool. It's a little bit expensive though, but you can definitely do it in an interesting way. Clothes, fashion, style, appearance. Focusing, I think with this one, you want to focus on a specific audience, right? You're doing fashion for like male teenagers or like style for, you know, women in their early 30s. It's like you're focusing on a specific audience rather than a specific type of content because you want to make videos that are appealing to the exact same group of viewers and just capture that audience really well. So with this sort of like demographic based topics, I think just focusing on the specific audience is really the key. And you can get really in depth with your audiences, right? Like I know channels that do like men's style for teenagers between the age of like 13 and 17, or like women's makeup for people that are still in university. It's like a very, very specific audience. That's how you kind of want to get to this like deeper level for these categories. Same with makeup, skincare, beauty. Just focus on a specific audience or a specific type of thing that you're doing in the category goes a long way. Tech and gadgets, this sort of kind of electronics, like hardware type of stuff. He's focusing on a specific type of tech or a specific type of gadgets or genre of gadgets. Same with engineering and science. We want to focus on a specific type. Vlogging, we've got, you know, travel vlogging, lifestyle vlogging, all sorts of vlogging. Just doing something really cool or unique. I think especially showcasing a unique lifestyle. Like I watched this one vlogger who was like doing university in Singapore or something like that. It was like this Korean person doing university in Singapore. And it was just really cool to see this like unique perspective on life basically. And I've seen some people who did vlogs of like, I'm working on a farm in rural America, or just some sort of like unique perspective on their life, whatever situation you happen to be in, like showing off that situation that you're living in is a great option for vlogging, especially. Of course, you can also do vlogging around like relationships and drama and cooking, food. I think just doing some sort of unique recipe or unique food genre, unique style of food, unique way to create, or unique creations, trying things in some way goes a really long way. You got to be doing things unique, really is all we're trying to do at the end of the day. Of course, fitness. I think with fitness, you want to focus on a specific audience and a type of fitness. So for example, you're doing like yoga for young women, or you're doing weight training for old men, or, you know, calisthenics for teenagers type of stuff. It's like you have a specific audience and a specific type of fitness that you're focusing on. I think is really the key, because fitness is such a huge, heavily saturated market that focusing on the specific audience and type of fitness is really the key here, I think. Health and medicine, you know, just focusing on a specific sector or a specific type of health. You know, maybe you do a channel where you're just all about like eating healthy, or you have a channel where it's all about living healthy or curing certain potential diseases as you get older, or just focusing on a specific sector goes a really long way. Travel/lifestyle content. I think a good thing with here is you could focus on a specific country. It can be very interesting. or a specific category of content style. Like I know one of my friends who was doing like, he would do food vlogs in different countries. So he would go to different countries and make videos about their food, or he wouldn't even do it in different countries. He would just cook it in his room, or maybe just make videos about it using other people's footage, or just focusing on a specific category for the lifestyle content for the travel. The lifestyle is also really big, like focusing on a specific audience and or type of lifestyle. So you could do like focusing on a channel about veganism or minimalism, or it's like mode lifestyle, or just like focusing on a specific lifestyle and then doing that based on a specific audience. I think goes a really long way. Hobby content is really great. Like if you've got a really cool hobby, just something that you do that's interesting. Let me tell you, what you do is probably more interesting than you think it is. So focusing on a specific hobby in depth. So just picking one hobby is really kind of the goal here. Same with sports. Like you want to do a specific sport or sports league or type of sport. People do like even just you know, fighting sports as well too, or Olympic sports, or like the NBA or basketball or football or, you know, NHL type of stuff. Just focusing on a specific area within sport goes a long way. Same with like fighting, self-defense, you know, focus on a specific type of self-defense, like a specific martial art, or a specific, maybe you're focused on like defense against street fights. And then we've got this job career style of content. So showcasing a unique or interesting job or career. Like something that went really viral in the past few years was people showing off their work at fast food places. So there was like Taco Bell and Cold Stone and Subway and all these channels where it's just like people working these kind of minimum wage jobs, but it was actually really interesting. Like showcasing your job or your career or whatever it is you're already doing, I think can be really, really cool content, especially if you can just do it in an entertaining way, because most of the time what other people are doing that's different to you can be very interesting because it just gives you a totally new perspective to life. Gaming is a really great one for beginners. It's a really good option if you're just fully new to YouTube. But what you want to do is focus on a specific individual game. You must focus only on one game. And the best ones are just new games, because new games have way less competition since they're just still coming out and no one's been able to make videos about them. We've also got any sort of finance, investing, make money online. Just want to focus on a specific genre, specific sector. So like people do stock investing or crypto investing, real estate investing, or making money online through drop shipping, through making YouTube videos like I'm doing with you right now, all sorts of stuff. But just focusing on a specific category, specific genre, specific sector is really the key. Photography, just focus on a specific area of photography, a specific genre of content within photography. Same with this kind of filmmaking, editing, production, just focus on like one of those things, one of those types of things within that whole filming space. A lot of people do really cool stuff with this, by the way. Really, it's a really underrated genre in my opinion. Very, very cool. Definitely not for beginners. It's really, really difficult to make good videos for this, but there's a lot of really cool videos you could check out for this genre. How-to info content, one of the best genres in my opinion for beginners. What you want to do is focus on a specific niche or a specific audience. I would say focusing on a specific niche in depth is really key. Like how-to info content, you can really combine with almost any other topic on this list and do it in that way. So like the reason why I'm not highlighting things like sports or hobbies or lifestyle stuff is because these are still pretty broad topics and there isn't really a super obvious way to narrow it down. But let's say you combine lifestyle with info content. It's like, okay, now you're getting into a category that's much more approachable and much more realistic to get results with. Again, what we have to consider, keep in mind, is that one of the best ways to come up with a niche for yourself is combining two of these niches on this list, right? So we're going to do gaming, info content, investing, productivity videos, or like, you know, hobby lifestyle content, or like sports cooking content. So you're gonna do like athlete diet stuff, or, you know, it's like you want to combine two of these is a great way to get something really unique. That's why I wanted to make this list for you guys. Talking info content, talking head just kind of means like but let's say you combine lifestyle with info content. It's like, okay, now you're getting into a category that's much more approachable and much more realistic to get results with. Again, what we have to consider, keep in mind, is that one of the best ways to come up with a niche for yourself is combining two of these niches on this list, right? So we're going to do gaming, info content, investing, productivity videos, or like, you know, hobby lifestyle content, or like sports cooking content. So you're going to do like athlete diet stuff, or, you know, it's like you want to combine two of these is a great way to get something really unique. That's why I wanted to make this list for you guys. Talking head info content. Talking head just kind of means like someone being on camera and talking about stuff. It's like what I'm kind of doing right now. Just focusing something you have a good knowledge on, and again, just focusing on a specific niche is really key. This is really just another branch of info content. When I say info content, it's like information, informative stuff. You're teaching things to people. Marketing, just focus on a specific type of marketing, specific sector. Like some channels do only Facebook ads or only YouTube ads or marketing on TikTok and stuff like that. Productivity, self-improvement, kind of similar to the kind of makeup fashion, because you want to focus on a specific audience, right? So you're doing self-improvement for young men or self-improvement for middle-aged women or self-improvement for teenagers type of stuff. Like you're focusing on a specific audience here. Same with motivation, school and university as well. Like if you're going to do a channel that's about school or university, you focus on high school students or university students or middle school students. Maybe you don't do preschool students, but I don't know. I guess preschoolers probably do watch YouTube these days. So yeah, you probably could do preschoolers, honestly. You just got to keep in mind what your audience actually is and make videos that's appropriate for your target audience. Cars, automobiles, vehicles, focus on a specific type. Like I watched this one channel of this guy who did videos about planes. It's like the coolest thing ever. Similar to video games, we've got like games in real life. So like board games, card games, all sorts of games, just fun games. Just focus on a specific game is really the best way to do it. Lots of chess channels, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, all sorts of like board games and stuff that are like Settlers of Catan, I think has some popular channels. Movies and TV. Just want to focus on a specific franchise or a specific series. Some people do Marvel, or there's like, I know Game of Thrones channels were like massive when that was a big hit series, or like there's a lot of channels doing the new Star Wars TV shows, or just new TV shows or movies, or following. You can also, with movies and TV as well as anime, you can also follow the hype essentially and just do videos on whatever is the most popular movie or TV show at the time. Can be a really good option too. Same with anime, just kind of focus on a specific franchise, series, or genre, and then expand from there. This is a really good one that you can combine with other things on this list, is like doing things for a fan base or a franchise that's really popular. Like people do Apple fans or Star Wars fans or Disney fans or all sorts of big companies, Amazon fans, you know, Microsoft, etc. Like these big fan base franchise is something you can combine with a lot of other categories on this list. You've also got like house stuff, so house, home decorations, interior design, kind of maintenance, just focusing on a specific area of stuff within the home category is good. Same with real estate homes, just a specific type of house. Maybe you're doing like expensive houses, or some people do like affordable houses or duplexes, or some people got really doing like just apartment buildings. Of course, do-it-yourself builds as well. Just focus on a specific genre of builds is really good. Crafts making is a great one as well, or as I like to, just physical art. It's not to say that other art isn't physical. But I just couldn't really figure out how to describe this. So first, you want to focus on a specific craft style. So here we're talking about like woodworking, or there was a channel that I know that was doing ring making or jewelry making or weapon making or, you know, welding, or just some sort of crafts physical thing that they do, and just focus on one specific style of that. Music is another super big genre. There's so many ways to do music content, but again, you want to focus on a specific genre of music or a specific instrument, and then narrow things down further from there, and you can get into a deeper level of category from there. If you're making videos about social media, focusing on a specific social media is pretty obvious. ASMR, focusing on a specific type of ASMR. Programming or development, if you want to just focus on a specific area of that. So I know some channels that did game design, or some channels that did like full stack programming, or some channels that did like in-depth things about Python or just a specific programming language or something like that. Now we've got AI. This is actually kind of an interesting one, and the way I think about this one a lot, and for me, what I decided was you want to focus on getting a specific result for viewers, because I think most people don't care about AI at a general sense, but they care about the results that they can get from AI. So they would do channels of like how to make money with AI, or you could do like how to improve your life with AI, things that make your life easier, make your job easier, makes you like on this list, and had a lot of success. The only thing with drama and news is that you have to post the videos really quickly, because drama and news is very time sensitive. Like you have to post it kind of the same day that the drama and news happens, but it can definitely still be a good option. Investigative journalism is a really good option, just kind of creating information that doesn't exist in the world and like finding things out and then making videos about it. I had some great success with investigative journalism content that was just based within gaming, honestly. Celebrities, I think, are a really underrated niche, and actually probably one of the best ones for beginners. But I don't want you to think about celebrities in the traditional sense. What I want you to focus on is what we call new media celebrities. So what does this mean? This is like your YouTubers, your influencers, people that are popular on social media. And then also we have our niche GOATs. So GOAT means greatest of all time. I showed a channel example previously of Magnus Carlsen, who is the greatest chess player of all time. And that was a really interesting niche to me because chess itself is not a very big niche. It's okay, but it's not super big. But videos about Magnus Carlsen just kind of transcended the niche because people love to watch someone who is just the greatest ever at doing something. And so making videos about this can be a really good option. I think audience hacking as well is a great option for beginners, one of the easiest ways to grow. And you want to just focus on a specific person or a specific audience to hack. Again, the best option here is kind of our new media celebrities, which is to say like your other YouTubers, social media stars, TikTokers, your go within specific niches, and then making videos for people that are fans of those people and doing it in a way that is really interesting for people. This is also why you see so many like big YouTuber news content type of stuff where they're just like making videos about YouTubers for people that are interested in them. It's like a really good audience hacking. Trend checking is also really good, but is a little bit hard to identify. So it's not as beginner friendly, but I do think it's still a really good option for beginners. And you want to just focus on doing the trend in a really unique way. If you can provide something new to a trend, then that can be a great option. I'm actually just going to highlight this one. The only problem with this for beginners is that it can be very hard for a beginner to identify what the trends are. But I think hopefully with the tools that we talked about in this course, you should be able to find trends yourself, and then just doing the trend in a unique way that hasn't been done before by combining other ideas and other things that we talked about can be a great way for success. Animations are really great. I've got an animation channel that's really successful. We make Minecraft animations. Evolutions, this is something that I also had a lot of success with. We did evolutions of various games, but I've seen people have success with like movies and TV shows and companies and all sorts of crazy stuff, like doing, how things evolved over the years and how things started and eventually turned out. It's kind of role play story content. I do this in Minecraft. Just create really interesting, fun, scripted stories. There's a lot of channels that just do this in real life or in games or within other genres. And of course, kids content, type of stuff, just focus on a specific type. YouTube Shorts, of course, every single idea on this list applies to YouTube Shorts as well. So the only thing with YouTube Shorts is that we don't want to go deeper than this subgenre. We want to say focus on a pretty broad appeal niche. You don't have to make videos for this kind of overall category level, but I would say you don't want to go deeper than just a subgenre for YouTube Shorts, just because you don't want to limit your audience too much for your viewership. And just refer to our full lesson, our section on Shorts, where we talk much in depth about that. We've got kind of comparisons, these versus battles. We do a lot of this. We do some within gaming. We've done some not gaming. It's a really great format of just comparing two things, seeing things face against each other in a fight, and who would win, putting things in an uneven, interesting situation, and who would win. Documentaries, video essays, just again focusing on a specific niche. Not very beginner friendly, actually difficult to make, but can be very interesting if you can do some good content there. Animals, focus on a specific genre of animal. Like I've seen some channels that are really good at reptiles, or some animals that do amphibians or fish, or just dogs, pets, cats and stuff. Crime, true crime, again, just focusing on a specific type. Same with conspiracies and paranormal, kind of similar to this kind of crime area. It's like just focusing on a specific type of conspiracy. Politics, you want to focus on a specific audience, so you want to be focusing on a specific type of voter. Like in the US, you can make videos for Republicans, or you can make videos for Democrats, but you don't want to be making videos for both because that's not really going to work out. Languages, I mean, kind of obvious. Languages, you got to focus on a specific language. I don't think people are going to be watching videos of multiple languages. Art or creations, if you're doing any sort of art or any sort of creation, what you want to do is just focus on a specific type of art or creation. So maybe you're doing digital art, you're doing Photoshop art, maybe you're doing AI art or sculptures or any sort of creation, physical stuff, art or otherwise, just focus on a specific type. Comedy is an interesting one. You want to focus on a specific niche audience. So if you're going to make comedy videos, you want to make comedy videos that is targeted towards a specific type of person or a specific type of audience. This is a great one to combine with audience hacking and then making jokes and funny videos for that specific audience. So start by finding an audience and then kind of work backwards by making jokes that audience would think are funny and making those videos essentially for those people. You can find audiences on Reddit or 4chan or Twitter or, even just YouTube and TikTok and social media, just seeing where the communities are at and what communities of people form and just finding communities of people and then making videos for them can go a really long way. You can also do that with other genres on this list too. Education as well, focus on a specific subject. You maybe have a math channel or science channel or English channel. History as well, focusing on a specific time period I think is really cool. Like I've seen some channels that did like World War II, or there's this one really big channel that does World War I, super in depth, or the Renaissance period, or like the Romans, etc. Just a specific time period or era is a good place to start, and then you can expand from there once you grow. Books, again, just focusing on a specific genre. Parenting, children type of stuff, again, just focusing on a specific area, like parenting for, you know, maybe single moms that have a son or stuff like that. Same with unboxing reviews, just a specific type of product in depth is really great. This is a pretty difficult genre to get into for beginners for sure, but can still be a good option. At the overall end of the day, the best thing to do as a beginner is just making something that's unique. So this is really just kind of meant to give you a bunch of ideas and sort of spark your creativity. So potentially give you some options of just things that you could do, things that you can combine or just get interest in and go from there. Gardening, farming, planting, all sorts of like outdoor growing stuff, trees, just focus on a specific area or style. Kind of this mental health, psychology, meditation, again, just focus on a specific audience, like you're doing mental health for young men or mental health for older retired women type of stuff. Dating, relationships, again, just focusing on a specific audience demographic, like you're doing dating relationships for men or for, you know, middle-aged women or for single parents, or, and then we've got this genre of culture or country showcase. So you're focusing on showcasing a specific culture or a specific country. I guess it's especially good if the country or culture is like very interesting or popular globally. But again, you just want to focus on a specific one. Business, again, just focusing on a specific type of business that you're doing, that you're teaching, that you're talking about. Writing or calligraphy or any sort of like written art style can also fit in this category. Is just focusing on a specific type of writing. Again, with all these, it's all just about focusing on a specific type of thing within the category. That's really just all it comes down to. Life hacks, focusing on a specific niche. Nature, wildlife, outdoors, we want to focus on a specific genre or activity. Maybe you're doing a camping channel or a mountain climbing channel or a winter survival channel or a forest survival type of stuff, etc. Dance is focusing, I would say, dance can be maybe part of music, but just focus on a specific genre of dance or a specific genre of music that you dance to or make dance videos about can also work. Religion, spirituality, etc. Focus on a specific religion or specific practice. I think it's going to be really hard to get people that are interested in one religion to watch videos about another religion. So those audiences are going to be really split. So just focusing on a specific religion is going to be the key here. Podcasts, a really tough one for beginners, I think. Just focusing on a very, very specific niche topic for your podcast if you want to start from scratch. It's going to be really hard to grow a podcast from nothing, I think. So personally, I wouldn't really recommend this one. I don't have a podcast. I'm not going to make a podcast because I think it's just too hard to grow. People will become successful content creators in other categories and then start a podcast with their existing audiences, usually how people do it. Restorations, I think, is a really awesome genre. It's something that I've tried to look into a little bit more, but this idea of taking something that's really damaged and just fully repairing it, even just restorations, I've seen people do this like with housing, with like lawn mowing or cleaning a pool or restoring like a room that was really damaged or dirty, or like before and after cleanings is really, really cool. But there's also just restorations of like physical things like rusted weapons or broken tools, or even more advanced things. Like I watched one channel who would do restorations of broken airplanes, where he'd take airplanes, fix them up, and then sell them, and it was like the coolest ever. This is actually a very, very broad genre. You could do so much with this. You could fit this into like almost any other category on the list. We've got performances, magic type of stuff, like just a specific type of performance you want to focus on. It goes a really long way. This is another really cool genre because it can be interesting to learn how to do the performance, but it's also interesting to watch the performance. So you have a kind of double dip sort of viewership here if you have something that's interesting. Content creation, obviously focus on a specific type of content. My niche is focusing on YouTube content creation. You could do TikTok or Snapchat or Instagram, all sorts of stuff. Exploration, I think, is you want to explore a certain type of area or certain thing, or maybe certain countries. Like I know some channels would like cave exploring or ocean exploring or exploring regions within the country they live in type of stuff. Cosplay, costumes, just focusing on a specific type of creation. So a specific type that you could do like anime cosplays or movie costumes or TV shows or a video game character, makeup, costumes. Nonprofit activism, obviously you want to focus on a specific cause, maybe not a specific charity, but a specific like outcome in the world that you're trying to influence or change, just a specific cause that you're really passionate about. Events, we want to focus on a specific type of event, pretty straightforward. Geography as well, focus on a specific type of content within geography. Or you could focus on a specific country or a specific continent. There's actually quite a few options for geography, and I think it's a really cool niche, since you could have a certain type of content and then do that content style for multiple countries, or you could have a country and then do multiple content styles for your country. So there's a few kind of ways to approach that there. Space and physics as well, a little bit similar to geography, but just at a more advanced level, I guess, but just focus on a specific area and or type of content goes really well. We've got top 10s, lists, tier lists, a great option for beginners, but you want to focus on a specific genre. Definitely won't be going in pretty deep with this, like something very specific, but this can be really good to combine with other niches for sure. New releases, updates, creations, just focusing on some new things that exist in the world is another great option for beginners. Just focusing on a specific genre. I like to use the example of like new games, but there's a lot more to the world than just new video games. There's new stuff that comes out all the time, new stuff that happens. Narrations is cool, and just specific type of storytelling or narrations or genre of story or type of story, or maybe you're getting the stories from a certain place like Reddit or a certain part of the internet like Twitter or some other community that you're doing stories and content from, just focusing on a specific niche of those as well. We got memes and jokes as well. You want to focus on a specific genre or just a target audience, like memes for young kids or adults, or just memes for people that play basketball or for people that play Minecraft or for people that work in retail or for people that are in university. It's just like a specific target audience here. It's kind of like weapon content, like focusing on a specific type of weapon. I saw this really cool channel that made videos about katanas, and they would like make katanas and then sell them, and a super cool business. Transformations is kind of before and after thing. Just focus on a specific type of transformation. Again, we have the idea of like cleaning a pool or doing a lawn care. Like people have this before and after transformation of like gardening, fixing up a garden completely, or lawn mowing, fixing up a car that was really badly damaged, or just bicycle, or doing new paint jobs. Like these kind of transformations I think are a really cool genre, and just you want to focus on a specific type of transformation that you're doing. Live streams again is another thing you can combine with pretty much anything on this list. I wouldn't recommend it for beginners. I'm not a huge fan of live streaming. I personally just don't like it. You could definitely still do it, but you want to focus again on a specific niche, do some kind of show within your live stream that's interesting. And then we've got just like people interactions, doing fun or funny things. Focus on a specific type, and then storytelling, telling other people's stories. Focus on a specific type of people or maybe a certain culture. Funny skits, just focusing on a specific topic or maybe genre of skit or audience within your skit topics. And that's the list. That is not every single niche on YouTube, but that's a pretty good list of what I could come up with just research and brainstorming and talking to people. It's a pretty good thing. I think it's about 250 ideas here. And so again, we just want to get back to our kind of style here of just, we want to combine niche ideas. Like you take one niche idea and combine it with the second one, and that can get you all the way down to this specific niche level of doing something that's unique and interesting. And you can come up with a unique content style from there using the video idea research tools that we showed you before. So hopefully this is really helpful, because this was a really cool resource to put together. If you pick a niche chosen by someone else, it took me a really long time actually to come up with this whole list, so I really hope you guys enjoy it. And I think this was one of my favorite videos to make for this course, so I really hope you enjoyed it. The goal here is kind of to spark ideas. At the end of the day, you have to choose your niche yourself, because everyone on YouTube grows in their own specific unique way. Because we're trying to do this thing where you're making something unique, right? So you have to pick your own niche. If you pick a niche chosen by someone else, by definition, it's not going to be unique, right? Because someone else chose it for you. Someone else has done it before already. So just keep that in mind, and you should definitely have all the tools by now to make the decision for yourself and figure things out on your own now. So definitely, I think you can do a really good job of it, but just make sure to keep in mind everything that we've talked about, and maybe come back to our lessons here in the future if you ever need to. And thanks for watching.
Chat, we better go, chat. We better watch this other one right here. This shit right here. Oh, fuck it. Some shit ain't in here that's supposed to be in here. Like YouTube Shorts. What happened to that file? Bro, the folder's empty. Go back. Go back. Alright, hold up. We launched one more. Launch it real quick. Put this in. Drag it, drag it, drag it. Drag it, bro. Oh yeah, this nigga's stupid. Bro, drag it right here. Pictures. That way we got that foul. Now it's dragging over. Bro, I want to watch this on stream. I want to review this shit because I want to tell you if this course is butt or not, or if this course is a good course.
What's up, guys? It's me, Jeremy. Well, so let's try. What's up, guys? It's me, Jeremy. Previously up to the outer, you had a completely brand new channel.
Yeah, get the fuck off my screen, bro. Drag that file right there, bro. I want to review a few other things in this course and tell you if this course is worth it or not. No, I'll give y'all a link to this shit, bro. I'll link it in the description of this live stream. I just gotta get the files ready. Don't buy this course.
I want to give you a bit of a recommendation for how...
I leaked this shit. Don't buy shit, bro. From no city ass guru. Fuck these gurus. They trying to scam y'all, bro, and I'm saving y'all, bro. I'm saving y'all from getting scammed. Bro, editing might be hard, but as you practice, that shit go on and on and on, and you got a quicker PC, you'll see improvement. I'm telling you, Brody.
Hey everyone, so in this
I'm telling y'all, bro, I might start off demotivated, but once time and time go on, bro, you practice, that shit will get way easier than you think it is, bro. I'm telling you, dog.
Hey, so in this video...
I'm gonna leak this in a minute. I'm gonna show y'all this video in a minute. We gotta get this in Rimrock. I wanna see this. Cause these fuckers be scamming, bro. I'm not gonna lie, these gurus are good at this shit. They scam people. I don't like that shit, bro. What they do with these courses these days, bro. They say, oh, this and that, oh, buy my course, oh. Like, bro, I'm not buying the course, bro. You stupid, bro. Why would I buy your course if I could learn everything myself that's in that course, bro? And I got the, bro, come on, bro. And everything's almost on YouTube, bro. Why would I buy a course? Be honest, bro. Why would I buy a course like, bro, I was sent over this course by an Indian. I'm not buying no course, bro. No.
Hey, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about video ideas and especially showing you guys how I come up with video ideas for our channels and how we can improve the video ideas for our channels as a whole. Now, the first and I think really
kind of core concept to understand is that at the end of the day, a very small minority of video ideas are actually fully original. Some of my best videos, best ideas ever are completely just, ideas that I got from somewhere else. And that's really kind of just how it goes. You know, people talk about these concepts like steal like an artist. At the end of the day, that's just part of the game, I think. We have to do what we can to come up with the best ideas possible for our videos. So first of all, I want to talk about just, straight up copying ideas. Now, straight up copying ideas for the most part is actually really not that great. For the most part, it's not so much, I'm not focused on, is it moral, is it right to do, but it's more just like, for the most part, copying ideas doesn't really work, right? The problem with copying ideas is that for the most part, if you copy an idea, you're just going to end up being an inferior version of something that already exists. And why would anybody want to watch that? It just doesn't make sense. Nobody should watch that. But there is a couple examples where copying ideas is actually okay and can work really well. And first of all, let's talk about this. So on our Minecraft channel, we have this kind of revenge series, like getting trapped in a prison, so I got revenge. I got trapped, my friends, my pet, so I got revenge, etc. We really went hard on this series. This was probably our core content for about a year and a half. Did extremely well. You could see just crazy views numbers here. And this idea was totally copied from someone else, actually. It was copied from Sky, AJ the Bold, and I got the idea from this video here. My friends killed my Minecraft dog and I got revenge. Now, to understand why did copying this guy work? If you take a look at his channel, he posted this video 1 year ago. Does it say when? On January 18th. So January 18th, this was his next revenge video. He posted a bunch of random stuff, and then he has this revenge storyline video on February, so a month later, about he has another one. He's got a few here where he did a few, did a couple in a row, which was good for him. But really, what kind of happened is he had this like whole series that was doing really well. But there's a couple things you can kind of notice here. We had the idea after he kind of finished his main series, which was more so like. Because we started the Revenge series around, I believe, February 2021. I think this was his most recent video. But basically, like what you can see in these videos, right, is, so this February he did pretty well. He was uploading a lot. But apart from this February where he posted like 8 videos, A really big thing was he wasn't really posting that much. Like he was posting, you know, after February, he was posting like just a couple videos per month, roughly. I think it was like he was doing videos a month or so. And then secondly, you can see all these videos are really short, like 48 seconds, 2 minutes, 18 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. You know, they're all. All right, so it's time for us to start getting really in depth and talk about YouTube Shorts. Now, YouTube Shorts are something that have been really heavily pushed by YouTube. It's kind of honestly taking over the platform to a certain extent. And I want to just give you guys every single little detail to make Shorts for a complete beginner. And personally, we generally is becoming bigger than YouTube as a platform. And so obviously they're going super hard with Shorts. YouTube really is designing things to where they want every single creator on the platform to be making shorts. Whether or not you want to spend a lot of time on your shorts is up to you, but every single channel can definitely benefit from shorts. And obviously, if you're doing a shorts only channel, then of course you're going to be wanting to be making a ton of shorts. I personally think shorts are a great route for beginners because if you've never grown a YouTube channel before, it's really valuable to have that first experience of just seeing your video blow up for the first time. That experience of like proving to yourself that it's possible to get views on YouTube is actually really important in my opinion. I think it's really motivating. It's really inspiring. It really gets you to push through and just keep working on your content. So it's just something to think about. You know, you can do it if you want to. I think if you're a beginner, it's a really good option. If you're not a beginner, or even if you are a beginner, you don't have to, but you know, you should be aware and fully understand shorts and the benefits here. So with shorts, the algorithm is actually really quite straightforward. And so to give a little bit more context behind shorts as well, I have to introduce you to this one channel here, this guy called Sambucha. One of the biggest, I think he's one of the top 5 US shorts creators right now, just absolutely crushing it. You could see just in the last roughly month or so, he's had almost 500 million views, 340,000 subscribers. In total, he's had like over almost 6 billion views, and his shorts content is just absolutely insane. This has gotten 50 million views on some of these videos, and if we take a look, he's like pretty much averaging like 1 million views a video almost. Now, the reason why I want to introduce this channel to you is because so much of what I learned from shorts actually came from Sambucha, from talking to Sambucha and just from seeing him. I saw him at an event recently at Vid Summit, and he had just some insane insight because he talked to YouTube directly about shorts and had a lot of really good information. So a lot of the information that I have to present to you about shorts is actually from Sambucha and from a presentation that he gave and just some pictures and notes that I took, as well as, of course, just a ton of other things. So first of all, let's talk a little bit more about the state of YouTube Shorts and the overall situation. So the first talking point here that we have is, you know, why should you make short form content? We have to kind of look at like really the reality of the situation. You know, the average human attention span is just 8 seconds now. The average American spends 3.5 hours per day on their phone. And in other countries, it's actually a little bit higher too. I think it's like over 5 hours in the Philippines. And 95% of these phone sessions are under 10 minutes. So what this means is that people are spending a long time on their phones, but they're not actually watching long videos on their phones. They're watching short videos and doing short little just attention grabbers, dopamine hits, these kind of like short little moments. And of course, on YouTube as a whole, more than 75% of all video views come from mobile devices. As we can see, over 75% of video views are coming from mobile devices. And of those 75%, 95% of those people are watching for less than 10 minutes. So that's a really, really big metric here that just kind of shows you the power of shorts content relative to long form. And that's a big reason why shorts are getting so many views. Of course, just some statistics for YouTube as a whole for shorts. 57% of total views on YouTube came from shorts. So that's the majority now. Is there are more views coming from shorts than there are from any other type of video on the platform now. And this was over doubled from the previous year. And this is in 2022. So it's actually increasing even further in 2023 and beyond. Over 60% of YouTube users watch shorts. I think that's even way higher now. It's probably closer to about 80%. This is the most important thing, is the demand of YouTube shorts is outpacing the supply, because views for YouTube shorts are growing roughly 5 times faster than new uploads. So for every new video that gets posted to shorts, there's actually 5 new views that are being essentially created from nothing, since it's like new users are joining the product. And of course, we've got the 45% revenue split. That's kind of the big thing. YouTube has a 45% ad revenue split with creators, which has started at the time of making this video, and we have this on pretty much all our channels now. You just have to get monetized and you'll be enabled to get access to that. And you can get monetization through Shorts specifically only with just 10 million views in 3 months, which is actually quite a lot of views, but that's how they set it up, I guess. And this 45% revenue split is a change from their previous creator fund. This is roughly about double of what they were paying before, which is still not super great, but we'll get into some deeper details about the revenue. And then of course, Shorts, while I did say the biggest caveat with Shorts is that the money is not as significant as long form, it is still growing. The Shorts monetization is growing quite effectively. You know, a lot of marketers are using it. There's more Shorts ads. The Shorts RPMs will increase over time as more people adopt ads for it. You know, tons of people are increasing their spend and their advertising spend, and it's a really solid option here for sure. And then of course, we have to consider as well that Shorts work really well in combination with your long form videos. I think Shorts are really great, especially if you're doing something that involves you monetizing in a way that's not just ad revenue. So really, if you're building a brand, if you're selling a product, if you're promoting something, you're advertising something, Shorts are just so amazing because you can get so many more views. And it also just works really well in combination with your long form videos. So a couple months ago, YouTube recently rolled out a change with the algorithm where viewers that are shown a Shorts video will get promoted long form videos from the same channel. And as we're saying here, like YouTube wants every single channel to be making Shorts. So they're really kind of building that incentive and designing the systems to where, honestly, just if you have a YouTube channel, making Shorts can be an amazing growth strategy, one of the most powerful growth strategies. Like we're kind of looking at, you know, YouTube wants things to live on one channel. So we're making you should make your long form videos and your Shorts videos on the same channel. And the Shorts essentially are going to really just give you a ton of disproportionate growth opportunities. So it just allows you to get that insane views, just increases your overall visibility, the brand, the YouTube meta, the algorithm. And then the YouTube people that watch your YouTube Shorts will essentially get recommended your long form videos, and then you'll get the ad revenue from there. And so what we're finding is that there's really a strong benefit to posting Shorts on pretty much any style of channel. The only downside is that, of course, you have to make the Shorts, and that does take some time and effort. So it's really a matter of opportunity cost here that you have to consider. When you're making this decision on should you make Shorts, it's all about the opportunity cost, right? What would you do instead with that time? And I think for a lot of people, honestly, most people, making Shorts actually probably is the best thing you could be doing extra, because it's definitely one of the best growth strategies for just any channel, whether you're making Shorts or long form or not. It's going to allow you to get views so much more easily. And if it does really well, maybe it just grows into just becoming a full Shorts channel. But overall, it just allows you to grow your overall channel so effectively because now it's promoting long form content. You're getting the monetization with the creator ad revenue split, and just taking advantage of the current habits and lifestyles of humans to the best of your ability, right? And of course, with Shorts content, you can also, we want to post to TikTok, and you can post to Facebook, Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels, you can post to Snapchat Spotlight, and make similar amounts of money on those platforms too. So really, this figure that I kind of gave you before of making 80 million views, but only getting $3,200, well, that's just from YouTube Shorts, right? Now you could post these videos on other platforms, and you're posting it to 3-4 platforms. Maybe each platform is making $2,000 or $3,000. And now all of a sudden you've got this kind of content network that's making you maybe $10,000, $15,000 a month. So the overall monetization is actually not that bad. And so I would definitely recommend you to at least consider doing a Shorts channel. And if not doing a Shorts channel, then potentially doing Shorts content for your YouTube channel. And there's a lot of Shorts, especially if you're focused on long form content, there's a lot of ways to make Shorts content that is really, really easy and simple. There's one way that I know that's going to be like almost completely automatic using AI that I will get into later on in the future videos as well. Most importantly, every YouTuber needs to at least understand Shorts and be able to make the active decision on if you want to dedicate your time to it or not. Because at the end of the day, Shorts are so easy to make that it's also so much cheaper to make, right? Like, we've had channels where we were focused on long form videos, and we just hired someone to make Shorts for us. And it was like, we would pay them like $10, maybe $20 per short. And the short would get like 200, 300, maybe even 200, 300,000 videos, maybe even 500,000. And just really helped promote even our long form content as well as just our brand and monetization. If you're selling a product, just amazing. Definitely recommend you to consider making Shorts. And in the next video, we're going to talk exactly about how Shorts work and the overall algorithm and everything you need to know for them. Hey, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about video ideas and especially showing you guys how I come up with video ideas for our channels and how we can improve the video ideas for our channels as a whole. Now, the first and I think really kind of core concept to understand is that at the end of the day, a very, very, very small minority of video ideas are actually fully original. Some of my best videos, best ideas ever are completely just ideas that I got from somewhere else. And that's really kind of just how it goes. You know, people talk about these concepts like steal like an artist. At the end of the day, that's just part of the game, I think. We have to do what we can to come up with the best ideas possible for our videos. So first of all, I want to talk about just, straight up copying ideas. Now, straight up copying ideas for the most part is actually really not that great. For the most part, it's not so much, I'm not focused on, is it moral, is it right to do, but it's more just like, for the most part, copying ideas doesn't really work, right? The problem with copying ideas is that, for the most part, if you copy an idea, you're just going to end up being an inferior version of something that already exists. And why would anybody want to watch that? It just doesn't make sense. Nobody should watch that. But there is a couple examples where copying ideas is actually okay and can work really well. And first of all, let's talk about this. So on our Minecraft channel, we have this kind of revenge series, like getting trapped in a prison, so I got revenge. I got trapped, my friends, my pet, so I got revenge, etc. We really went hard on this series. This was probably our core content for about a year and a half. Did extremely well. You could see just crazy views numbers here. And this idea was totally copied from someone else, actually. It was copied from this guy, AJ the Bold. And I got the idea from this video here. My friends killed my Minecraft dog and I got revenge. Now, to understand, why did copying this guy work? If you take a look at his channel, he posted this video 1 year ago. Does it say when? On January 18th. So January 18th, this was his next revenge video. He posted a bunch of random stuff, and then he has this revenge storyline video on February, so a month later, about, he has another one. He's got a few here where he did a few, did a couple in a row, which was, good for him. But really what kind of happened is he had this like whole series that was doing really well. But there's a couple things you can kind of notice here. We had the idea after he kind of finished his main series, which was more so like, because we started the Revenge series around, I believe, February 2021. I think this was his most recent video. But basically, like, what you can see in these videos, right, is, so this February he did pretty well. He was uploading a lot. But apart from this February where he posted like 8 videos, a really big thing was he wasn't really posting that much. Like, he was posting, after February, he was posting like just a couple videos per month, roughly. I think it was like he was doing videos a month or so. And then secondly, you can see all these videos are really short, like 48 seconds, 2 minutes, 18 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. They're all very, very short. This is his original one, is the only one that's like really a good chunk of length, except like this one, which came way later. But the idea here, the reason why copying this person worked was for 2 reasons. Number one was we were able to significantly improve on the format, because he's doing these tiny little short videos that are just super kind of joke videos almost to a certain extent, where they're just not really that serious. They just kind of has like one little moment and then that's the whole video. But for us, you can see our videos are like 10, 12, 8 minutes long at least. So we really kind of expanded on what he was already doing. And secondly, the fact that he wasn't posting that much, I think, was really impactful for us being able to take his ideas and do well with it. If he was posting, multiple times a week, it probably wouldn't have worked. I think if you're going to take someone's ideas directly, it needs to be an idea that is not oversaturated. And for me, when I saw this, I just kind of looked at this. I was like, hey, this guy's he had 10 million views on this video at the time. He's getting 10 million views. He's not posting, but the video has 10 million views. There's clearly an audience for this style of content. Why don't we try it out? So we tried it out. The first video blew up, and then eventually just kind of built the entire channel around this concept and became the #1 revenge channel on YouTube for Minecraft. And that kind of leads me into my just one other point, is just if you have an idea, if you ever at any point have a video idea that works, you immediately want to just double down extremely, extremely hard on it. That's really just going to be the best way to go. So we have another example here of our new channels. This is kind of like our Pokemon channel. It's really new. You can see 500 subscribers, right? But we recently had this video blow up of just like the top 10 most overpowered Pokemon. It's doing really well for a channel this size. Obviously, the channel is still really new, but it's just it's solid. And so from there, this did really well. So now the next videos, we're just going to immediately just start spamming these top 10 lists. This video was posted like literally 5 minutes ago, but that's just kind of representing the idea there that if an idea works, you want to double down really hard. The next thing I think is really important for coming up with ideas. Obviously, you don't want to just be copying ideas. And for the most part, the vast majority of situations, like 95% of situations, copying ideas doesn't actually work. Again, we're not really considering here whether or not it's okay to copy ideas. I'm just strictly talking about getting results for your channel. Most of the time, copying does not work and will not work, and you shouldn't really expect it to work. But it is just a starting point. It's a starting point to get a little bit of inspiration, because the vast majority of ideas that I come up with personally are essentially just ideas that are mixed in and sort of inspired by other people, but are not fully original. So for example, like, a lot of the ideas here that we might have are kind of just like we take ideas from other channels and just rework them in a way that it makes it different. So if you're taking ideas from someone else, you either have to be better than them or you have to be different. And obviously being different is actually generally easier than being better. On this channel, and this is especially true for gaming channels in general, we have these concepts, a lot of these ideas that are just straight up kind of taken from someone else. But with gaming channels especially, taking ideas from other people works really well, because essentially what you can do is you just look at other games and you look at games that are similar to the game that you're making videos about, and essentially just look at those ideas and say, hey, how can I do this with this game I'm making videos about? And it works really well because individual games have ideas that are just sort of inspired by other people, but are not fully original. So for example, like, a lot of the ideas here that we might have are kind of just like we take ideas from other channels and just rework them in a way that it makes it different. So if you're taking ideas from someone else, you either have to be better than them or you have to be different. And obviously being different is actually generally easier than being better. On this channel, and this is especially true for gaming channels in general, we have our new channels. This is kind of like our Pokemon channel. It's really new. You can see 500 subscribers, right? But we recently had this video blow up of just like the top 10 most overpowered Pokemon. It's doing really well for a channel this size. Obviously the channel is still really new, but it's just it's solid. And so from there, this did really well. So now the next videos, we're just going to immediately just start spamming these top 10 lists. This video was posted like literally 5 minutes ago, but that's just kind of representing the idea there that if an idea works, you want to double down really hard. The next thing I think is really important for coming up with ideas. Obviously, you don't want to just be copying ideas. And for the most part, the vast majority of situations, like 95% of situations, copying ideas doesn't actually work. Again, we're not really considering here whether or not it's okay to copy ideas. I'm just strictly talking about getting results for your channel. Most of the time, copying does not work and will not work, and you shouldn't really expect it to work. But it is just a starting point. It's a starting point to get a little bit of inspiration, because the vast majority of ideas that I come up with personally are essentially just ideas that are mixed in and sort of inspired by other people, but are not fully original. So for example, like, a lot of the ideas here that we might have are kind of just like we take ideas from other channels and just rework them in a way that it makes it different. So if you're taking ideas from someone else, you either have to be better than them or you have to be different. And obviously being different is actually generally easier than being better. On this channel, and this is especially true for gaming channels in general, we have these concepts, a lot of these ideas that are just straight up kind of taken from someone else. But with gaming channels especially, taking ideas from other people works really well, because essentially what you can do is you just look at other games and you look at games that are similar to the game that you're making videos about, and essentially just look at those ideas and say, hey, how can I do this with this game I'm making videos about? And it works really well because individual games have very separate audiences. Like people that watch Valorant don't really care about other games, other things like that. So this entire channel is very much, we have a big series of these kind of versus battles of like, we take a whole bunch of really good players and give them some crazy disadvantage or condition and put them against a bunch of really bad players and see who wins. It's a lot of really fun experiments. It's like probably about 80% of our ideas on this channel. And this is something that we got from a League of Legends channel back in the day. We first did this kind of idea style with Overwatch like 4 years ago, but way back in the day, this channel was kind of where we got the inspiration from. Ghost to Lane, he did these videos in League of Legends where he had these kind of like challengers, just really good players versus not so good players with like kind of funny or crazy modifiers, or just a lot of times just straight up like one really good player versus 5 really bad players is like a really interesting concept. And we just kind of build on that. We say, hey, this guy's doing it for League of Legends. We can do it for Valorant, and it'll be really fun to watch, and it's really cool. And that's how we got quite a lot of these ideas. So really, it's important to just research and understand really the whole overall space of YouTube, like researching YouTube and video ideas as much as possible. Like at the end of the day, to come up with good video ideas, you really just have to spend a lot of time working on it. For me, I spend so much time. I spend more time working on video ideas than almost anything else, just because so much of it is just researching other channels, seeing what other people are doing, seeing how you can take ideas from other people but rework them in a way that's different but still works really well and make an entertaining viewer experience. Speaking of viewer experience, I think when it comes to ideas, like really you got to just be thinking about like, at its core, a video idea essentially comes down to just the entertainment factor for the viewer. Like, what is the entertainment value the viewer gets from watching the video? Now, a lot of these, in our Valorant channel, we have a lot of just very interesting gameplay situations that are, people want to see who wins, you want to see who's better. The game is really fun to watch. With our Minecraft channel, we have like these kind of stories of just like, people want to see Beak escape this really cool prison, or just some cool mechanics, like interesting conflicts and stuff like that. But we also have, our Pokemon channel with like these kind of info videos of just like, these are sort of more kind of like guide, tips, and tricks kind of stuff. And when you have this sort of info content, as I like to call, you want to focus more on, what is the value you can provide to the viewer? Like, what is the most valuable information that a viewer that plays Pokemon Scarlet and Violet wants to understand? Like, okay, so that's why this video is so well, is because knowing what is the most powerful Pokemon in the game is an extremely valuable piece of information for someone who plays the game, right? So from there, you kind of think about like, okay, what are the things that a player who is in this genre of content wants to know? What is the most useful thing that they could learn or could use that's not immediately obvious? And stuff that's the most powerful, the best. People want to be the best, the greatest, the quickest, the fastest, the easiest. With info content, I always like to think about, you got to think about, it either comes down to urgency or results or like speed in some way, like doing something that's really important the fastest way, or doing something like what's the most useful thing, what's the most powerful thing in the game, or, what's something you have to do immediately before you do anything else that's really important, stuff like that. And really just kind of research about the game. Like I remember when I made League of Legends videos, I had so many amazing ideas, and a lot of the times I would just come down to basically just, way back in the day, this is a really old channel, by the way, but a lot of it would just come down to like, I would essentially just research the game so heavily, and I would just find as much information as possible. I write down everything. Like you always need to be writing down everything. Like you can never forget just even one little piece of an idea, because bad ideas lead into better ideas that lead into ideas that are worth making. And things combine and mix and, recategorize and everything. So anyways, I was researching so much about the game, and I was finding so much of just like developers posting on Twitter and Reddit. And I remember there was this one developer in the game that would stream on Twitch, and he had like 10 viewers, and I'd go into his stream and just say like, hey, what's something that you did really cool with this champion when you made them? And then he would tell me a little bit of information, and then I would just make a video about it. And I probably got like 50 million views just from doing that in terms of video ideas. So, just investigating, research is really important. You got to try to find what's a way that you can find information that other people don't have access to, that other people aren't, that other people don't know about. Talking to developers of the game is a really great way to do that. Gaming channels. For stuff that's not gaming channels, it's obviously a lot harder. You have to just have a really good knowledge, expertise in the genre, in the category. Think about things that are just like, you just got to think about what's the most valuable thing that you can teach someone, and work backwards from there and make videos on it. But yeah, so most of our ideas with gaming especially, it's really easy to do because you can just look at other games. But with stuff that's not gaming, you can still do, you can still take ideas that are from other genres, other categories. Like we're kind of down these like IRL ideas a lot. And a lot of these actually came from like Minecraft videos where we were doing this Minecraft format where we were just testing out TikToks and trying it in game, and it was really entertaining. So I said, hey, why don't we just do that in real life? So we do that with like life hacks, for example. We could do it with real life money making methods like finance stuff. We do it with like tech hacks, and then kind of expand on things from there. So really coming up with ideas just comes down to researching as many channels as possible, and then reworking the ideas. Or maybe you have like you take ideas from multiple categories and then combine them or remix them and make them into something your own that's new. It still feels really good and is really entertaining to watch. Another way that's really important to come up with ideas, I think, is trend jacking, working on trends, covering trends. Following the news is always a really good one. Hype, just anything that's kind of exciting that people care about is a good thing to focus on. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more about how to research things and where you can actually find stuff at. So here we have this. This is a vidIQ. This is a plugin that people use for YouTube. I'm not going to go super in depth on vidIQ in this video, but we have this feature here. It's one of the paid features, so you actually need the paid version. But if you're working with us, obviously we can get this for you. But we have this section here called Most Viewed. And what this allows you to do is search for something, and you can see what is the most viewed videos recently for those search terms. So here, remove this country because that doesn't matter. And we don't care about views per hour. We want to look at views from the past 7 days. So here are the most viewed Minecraft videos in the last 7 days. Now, the only thing with this feature that kind of sucks is that it searches for title keywords. So it's only going to search for videos that have Minecraft in the title. So it's not fully representative of the niche, because obviously not everyone is going to put Minecraft in their title, but it just kind of gives you a good idea. But really what we want to be looking at here is channel subscribers. So here we can actually filter results by how many subscribers the channel has, because this guy, Luke the Noble, one of the biggest creators in Minecraft, him getting 5 million views is great on a video, but he has almost 5 million subscribers. So if we make a video idea from this, it's probably not going to do that well. It's like it's doing really well for him, but it's doing well for him because he has such a big audience. So what we want to do is we want to look at ideas that are doing really well for smaller creators. And here we can start to get some really good ideas for things we do for our channels. You can see this is a channel that has 5,000 subscribers. Now, if you have a channel with 5,000 subscribers and a video gets 400,000 views, it's like, okay, you're kind of onto me here. Like, this is some pretty good ideas. So this is a pretty crazy thing. It's like this animation channel. Animations obviously are going to be, pretty much really good just because it's a very difficult video to reproduce. It's a difficult video to make. Like, this kind of stuff is like, you might spend a week or more animating on it. But we have other things here. We've got like this kind of like prank video. So I could say like, okay, this guy is doing this taking off clothes prank. He's doing these prank videos in Minecraft. He's got 1,000 subscribers. It's doing really well for him. Totally blowing up. And okay, this is cool. Like, there's something here. This sort of prank concept. Like, how can we rework that? So instead of doing a prank of taking off clothes, we could do a prank of like stealing all his items, or you could do a prank where you just turn him into a fish or something like that. Like, just this sort of prank concept can be expanded upon, and you bring like new ideas to the situation. That's really like how we would want to look at trends and find ideas, and just it's a really good way to research ideas, I think. Another really good way to trend jack is simply just making videos about other people, other YouTubers specifically, the most popular YouTubers in the niche. Like, this guy is already kind of doing it, Mason. So here, see, he's kind of putting Mason in his title. It's like actually kind of smart. Mason is probably the biggest, or at least is one of the most trending creators in Minecraft right now. It's a channel where they do like kind of similar sort of like prank style experiment, doing, just messing with your friends kind of stuff. This guy's probably one of the biggest channels in Minecraft right now, at least like the one that's like the most growing. So, you know, making videos where we essentially make videos about Mason in some way. Like, for example, we could do a video where we're trying out stuff from his videos, or you could do a video where it's a storyline about him, or you could do a video where you're just talking about his videos and researching him as a creator, or just like trend jacking other people's names is just a really, really good concept for especially new channels. I think it's one of the best ways to grow. Yeah, the biggest thing as well with just video ideas is you just really got to be kind of organized with it. Like, you got to really just always write down all your ideas. And basically for us, we usually come up with like 100 ideas and we might make like 5 of them. So I could just give you a little preview here of like our Minecraft ideas, for example. So you could see we have all these crazy concepts, and you pause the video if you want to like actually read it. But you can see we have literally like hundreds of ideas. Like, this is enough ideas to last like literally 2 years, but we're not going to make all these videos, obviously. You know, this is just like some ideas. We've got some other concepts for like some more hardcore, much more intense videos. And we've got these like TikTok testing videos of these like different hacks and tricks. And we've even got a list of just like a bunch of a million thumbnail ideas. And I could show you one other thing as well here. This is kind of like my past history of just every Minecraft idea I've ever come up with in my lifetime. And this list literally just goes on forever. Like, I'm so just aggressively writing down everything, because most of the time, once you have a big list of ideas, like, I can look back at these old ideas that I had and come up with like new ideas that are better and fit our new formats just from coming up with like the old ideas. And from there, you know, the key is obviously you got to start with just coming up with ideas for your formats. But then once you have content formats, expanding from there is also really important, of just like doing new themes and branching out within the content formats. So another way that actually was kind of crazy, but I got this from Mr. B, so just coming up with video ideas, is I have this thing over here. This right here, this is a dictionary you can buy for about $20 on Amazon. And most specifically, this has a lot of pictures. So what I would do sometimes is, like, we have this, for example, like we have our Minecraft format of just like getting revenge on stuff, right? So what I would do is literally just flip through the dictionary and just look at the pictures of like, okay, here's a big ship. Like, oh, what if we did Baked gets abducted by pirates? You know, like, just look at these pictures. It's so easy, right? Because you can flip through and you don't even have to read it, or you just look at the pictures. You can get more ideas from there. You know, how can you take this idea of like a thing that exists in the universe and make that into an entertaining format for what your overall content style is? You know, obviously not everything is going to work perfectly, and again, it's difficult to teach ideas like so specifically for certain things, because at the end of the day, like, coming up with ideas is going to be different for every single channel. You know, I have this other document here where we talked about video idea strategy. This was more for like highlights, kind of community channel. Like, we focus a lot on news, developer comment, updates, posts. So we would literally like stalk the developers of games on Twitter and Reddit, and, you know, sometimes forum posts and stuff. And just covering news is really good. Covering like new stuff, something new that comes up in the community. If it's like a new speed run or a new trick or a new technique, was always really exciting. You know, if you want this document, definitely just message me. I could send it to you. This is kind of built more for highlights channels, not so much for the channels we're kind of making these days. But yeah, for IRL channels, definitely it's been a little bit more of a new venture for us for coming up with ideas. Like, it's something we've kind of been focusing on a lot. Like, but you got to really just think about, like, what is your core content? What is the core entertainment value of your videos? So for us, it was like testing out TikTok stuff. And from there, you kind of think like, okay, how can we expand on that? How can we do new things? Like, what can you do with a TikTok thing that would be interesting other than just testing it, right? Like, instead of testing it, why don't we try doing something else? Like, why don't we try selling it? You know, instead of testing a food that is you found on, why don't you make it and then sell it to someone else? And how could you sell it in a way that's interesting? Well, you could sell it on like Uber Eats. Like, I use Uber Eats like almost every day, basically. You could sell it you could bring it to the homeless people. You could, you know, donate it to charity. You could bring it to a food bank. Like, that would be amazing content. It's like, we make all these crazy TikTok foods and we just bring it to a food bank or something like that. How can we build a story into it? Like, you could say, okay, well, I'm just going to surprise my boyfriend or whatever to get revenge with these hilarious, like super disgusting TikTok foods. You know, so it's like, okay, you have good foods, you have bad foods. What can you do with the good foods? You know, you could sell it to people, you could donate it to charity, you could, you know, get strangers to try it, see what they think. What would you do with the bad foods? Well, you could use it to get revenge on your husband, or you could, you know, you could use it, you could just pay people to try it and see their reactions. Like, you have to really just think very conceptually about what it is, the video that you're making, and really coming up with video ideas to a certain extent is kind of just like a muscle, and the more you work on it, the better at it you will get. I personally work on video ideas like almost every single day for probably like 10 years now. So I can just come up with ideas like crazy, honestly, if I just kind of sit down and really think about it. You know, thinking about things that are entertaining for a viewer to watch and then working backwards, and then, you know, doing a lot of research, getting ideas from other people and reworking them and remixing them. Like maybe you take, there's a certain ideas combined and changed into something else, like reworking things. You can copy ideas, but if you copy ideas, it has to either be better or it has to be different. And generally being different is way more doable. Being better than a video that did really well is generally quite difficult, actually. Unless that person is like, has a lot of problems with their content, like a lot of like very obvious flaws that can be improved upon. Yeah, you know, like when you're taking ideas from other people, you got to just add a twist to it, add something new to it, make it a little bit different, or combine ideas is generally usually the best way. With games, it's really easy because you can just look at games that are different to your niche. Like if you're making Valorant videos, you could look at CSGO channels. If you're making League of Legends videos, you could look at Dota channels. You know, if you're making Minecraft videos, it's a little bit trickier because, you know, Minecraft is like the most diverse game, but you could look at Roblox channels, or for even just like Pokemon ideas, for example, with this channel, we can just look at creators from past Pokemon games, you know, see what people did before that they haven't done for the new Pokemon game before, right? You know, stuff that they did like Pokemon, like old Pokemon games that hasn't been done for the new ones yet, you know. Another trick for researching ideas is you can go to like an incognito mode. And what this will essentially do is reset your recommendations. My homepage is blocked because that's just how I like to work, but you know, you can look at your recommendations, and because your recommendations are going to be very tailored towards your actual search history and your everything. So you go on an incognito mode, so you get a fresh slate, and then you can just look through terms. You've got all these videos, people making videos about like just the most powerful Pokemon, like funny glitches and stuff. So maybe we can make a video about like the top 10 funny glitches. People beating the games in interesting ways, of course, is always a fun one. And then eventually, while you're looking through more, your homepage is you'll start getting videos recommended, and then you can see some of the more recommended videos of that niche. He's got this video of like everything I wish I knew before starting. That's a really good idea. You could maybe take this idea and do it for a different game. When it comes to researching IRL genres, it's like you got to just kind of focus on sort of just the niche. Like the more specific your niche is, the easier it's going to be to come up with ideas. So like we've got all these like random crazy like life hack videos. There's a lot of stuff that people do, all these crazy life hack testing videos. So we got a lot of ideas from this, and you know, this basic format of just testing out life hack ideas is very basic. So we're kind of like just sort of expanding on it and building more onto it. And it's not really something that we expect is going to work, but it's just kind of a starting point. And then from there, you say like, okay, how can you improve it? Well, you do like specific themes, you know, like this channel is, okay, life hacks for your chores, life hacks for parenting, food hacks. And then from there, you can kind of build on certain ways. Like what can you do with hacks that are interesting? And just, you know, it's just like you got to really be thinking about a very conceptual level. Like, I don't know if this really explains it that well, to be honest, but hopefully this gives you an insight to the process for coming up with video ideas, and give you some tools to really start improving your video idea creation process. Because I think with YouTube, coming up with video ideas is probably one of the most important things for being successful. Like if you have really good ideas, your titles and thumbnails will be really, really easy to figure out. It's going to be really easy to a good title and a good thumbnail for a video that has a really strong idea. And then just, you know, just be researching creators quite a lot. Like I'm always checking Mr. Beast as well, and seeing things that he's doing, and like other things like what could you, like what, how could you take this and just make it something completely different to where it's like a much more specific niche. It's a little bit of a tricky subject to teach, so I don't know, just let me know if you thought this was helpful or not. But yeah, I have a lot of just tools and resources that I use, so hopefully that's maybe gets you somewhere in the right direction. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hey, so hey everyone, so in this video I wanted to do a little bit of a follow-up on video ideas and just showing you a couple extra tools that I've been using to plan video ideas for our videos. Some really cool stuff that one of my friends showed me recently. My friend Devin Nash, he does a lot of really cool content about just like YouTube and content creation and everything on his YouTube channel, but he showed me these tools and I think it's really, really awesome. So I wanted to also include this as well. What we essentially have here is this like AI chatbot that uses like a whole bunch of really complicated programming stuff that I don't really know how to explain. But essentially the way it works is you can go into this AI and there's a whole bunch of like settings over here on the side and stuff. But essentially what you can do is you just ask the AI to write something for you and it can come up with a whole bunch of stuff. So let's start with something really basic and just kind of show you guys like how this works and what it can do. So why don't we just ask it straight up for YouTube ideas, for YouTube video ideas. Give me 20 ideas for viral YouTube. All right, so in this video, I'm going to be, if you're doing more than 3 times a week, I would be adding a video best way to use other people. All right, so now I've got something really, really awesome.
What's up guys, it's me Jeremy. Welcome back to another video to channels in the past. Now in this video, access we were in early. What's up guys, it's me Jeremy. Welcome back to another video. Today I wanted to go over a little bit of my past history and tell you guys some of the stories about how I was able to be really successful, or at least I should say the very first month of us actually posting consistent content. Important if your story thought was possible about how I grow YouTube channels.
Hey everyone, so in this video, I want to give you guys kind of just a general overview and really just an overall understanding of the YouTube algorithm and everything you need to know of what YouTube does with your videos and how YouTube decides if videos get views. I want to give you kind of a much more practical understanding of things. Like we could get really technical and there's a lot of videos. There's a really good video by Daryl Eves that gets like really, really in depth in terms of like the AI and the statistics and everything like that, but I want to give you guys just a much more practical understanding of things. So the first thing you have to understand is that the YouTube algorithm is really a function of 2 major statistics. Here we have impressions, click-through rate, and average view duration, and that's really the most important stuff because at the end of the day, YouTube just wants people to click on your video and watch them. And I'm going to be using a couple of our channels here throughout this video that have really small subscriber counts because I think these things with the algorithm can be represented at a much more clear way when you're looking at small channels. So essentially the way it works is that YouTube basically has your video here. So and it will essentially take your video and show it to just a bunch of different audiences. It's going to try to find the best audience for your video. And the way it does that is through just really, really advanced AI. It's going to try to identify your video with as much things as it possibly can. And based on what's in the video, what's in the title, the thumbnail, the description, and everything about the video, YouTube will do its best to identify what this video is about. And so it knows already just from us posting this that this is a video that's got like Android tips and tricks, and it involves TikTok in some way with like some viral stuff going on. So it's going to essentially try out and send our video to a bunch of kind of like test audiences. So what it's going to do is it might send our video to a bunch of Android viewers. It might show a video to some TikTok viewers, TikTok compilation, or just, people that watch YouTube videos that have to do about TikTok basically. And then it might show our video to just like some phone hacks content, for example. And obviously it does this on a much, much larger scale, but this is just kind of the example here. And essentially what YouTube is going to do is it's just going to see how it performs with those audiences and with those viewers. And it's a very, very ruthless system, like just based on how a video performs with the test audience. it's either going to just stop promoting it or it's going to promote it to even more people. So in this example, like TikTok viewers are totally not going to engage with our stuff. Hacks is probably a little bit too much, but it might see, okay, Android viewers, we could maybe narrow that down to like Android phone hacks or something like that. Like people that are interested. And obviously this video specifically is not doing well. It has 6 views, but you know, this is just an example here that we're talking about. It's going to just test out a bunch of audiences, and if an audience goes really well, then it's going to expand on that and build further. And this happens at a very, very small scale even as well. Like we have this example on the channel that I wanted to show you. So this is a video that has 50 views, right? So what happened here? We look at this graph, had pretty much no views, and then all of a sudden it went up to 35 views in a couple of hours, which is, you know, not a lot, obviously, but it is like something, right? And these views came from browse features and channel pages and some search and stuff. But basically the idea that's happening here is that YouTube is showing our video to, like, it's basically, this is happening on a scale of like literally just 20 viewers. And so this is why essentially as a small creator, being small doesn't really matter that much. It's really just all about how your video performs. And so if we take a look at this video, we can quite clearly see why it not promoted further. It's got a 27%, 20% average view duration, which is, if I'm being honest, is really quite terrible. And the CTR is like, it's decent, but the average view duration is so bad that it just doesn't matter. So you can see here, well, the CTR was maybe okay, but actually when you have a really small channel, the CTR statistics are very misleading. So for example, here we have 20% CTR on the first day, which is like, wow, that's crazy. Why didn't it promote us more? But then if we look at the traffic sources, it's like, well, a lot of these are coming from just direct links, some external, which is again also going to be a direct link, and there's a little bit of browse features and YouTube search and channel pages and stuff. This browse features is really the most, is the YouTube algorithm at work here, right? Like the browse features, so okay, 9%, maybe 8%, so we might have got like 10 views from this, and then a couple from just search and stuff. But the point here is that when you have a high CTR like this, you have to really look at the traffic sources, obviously, because a high CTR with your traffic sources coming from just external and direct is so insignificant, because these traffic sources are going to have like a very high CTR associated with them. So you can see here the channel pages CTR is 100%, and then we have 4% and 4% on browse features and 2% on suggested videos, and these are pretty bad numbers, right? It's not super great. So the video's not performing well. YouTube tried to show it to a couple people, maybe shows it to a little bit more here and there, but overall the video just wasn't good enough to get promoted, and that's really kind of just how the system works. On another example, you might have a system where, let's say you make a video about League of Legends, right? For playing a specific character in a specific way. So it's going to kind of start off by going for much more. So I should say this is what's going to happen a little bit more when you have a bigger audience. Like once you've got some subscribers, you've got videos coming in, you've got views coming in, you've got momentum. It's going to start off by showing the video to your most hardcore viewers possible. So this is like your not just your subscribers, but engaged subscribers who watched a lot of your previous videos. And then if it performs well with that group, like the people that are just really engaged, they're watching your videos, they're commenting, they're posting, they're engaging with your community posts, they're just really in depth on things. And then if that goes well, then it's going to show it to your just less engaged subscribers. I should say it's not a less engaged subscriber, it's a less engaged viewer, because a person being subscribed doesn't actually matter that much. And then if that goes well, then it's going to start showing it to like, it'll start showing it to like really unengaged people, like maybe someone that saw like, just someone that saw a video from like 6 months ago and just like totally forgets and things. But at the same time, we also have this like other thing going on here where it's going to show to like new viewers, right? Like people that have never seen your content before. And YouTube is just always testing these audiences. It's always trying to find a new audience. This is all happening like all at the same time in, you know, a very complicated way. So for example, here we have this guide for playing a specific character in a specific way. So it's going to start off maybe by just a very focused audience, like showing the video, super specific audience. And that's going to be, in this example, that's going to be essentially people who want to watch videos about this character being played in this specific way. If it performs well with that group, it's going to essentially try to find as many viewers as possible in this group, and then it's going to expand. It broadens the audience a little bit more. So then it's going to expand to just viewers of people who are watching this character, right? So not necessarily playing it in the specific way, but viewers of this character. If it somehow performs really well with this group, then it's going to expand even further, and it's going to go to just like maybe viewers of this specific role. And then if that somehow also performs really well, then it might get promoted to people that just want to watch League of Legends guides. If you have a video that is a guide for playing a specific character in a specific way, there's probably no way that you're making it all the way down to this bottom area. It's probably going to cut off around somewhere here. And then what's going to happen is like YouTube will find as many good views for the video as possible. And then it's going to eventually stop promoting it to as many people. And you know, YouTube is doing this as well on a level for viewer behavior too, where they have viewers are engaging in videos in certain ways. You might have a viewer that engages in, you know, videos of this character. Then it's going to show them, you know, more videos like this, or, you know, this exact same process is also happening to the viewer behavior too, where YouTube identify viewers and, you know, find things that they like, find things that they engage with well, and it's going to essentially build a profile for the viewer of what videos they like, what they engage with, and it's going to essentially match that viewer with other viewers' profiles of like, oh, this person watched 100 videos of this guy for playing this character in this specific way, but this other viewer that we have over here watched 102 videos for the guide for playing this character in this specific way. So those two videos the first person didn't watch, we're going to recommend it to them so that they can get, because they're a viewer that will be likely to engage with those videos well. So it's essentially just always trying to find you the best possible viewers for the best possible content, because YouTube just wants to keep people on the website for as long as possible, wants to keep them as engaged as possible and just everything. So what do we need to do as a creator? Well, really, the most important thing is you just have to really work on your average view duration and your CTR. That's really all this comes down to here. There's so many things people worry about, like people worry about upload time or just tags or description or all these things. Like, none of this actually matters because YouTube is categorizing videos for you automatically. The only thing that matters is average view duration and CTR, because those are the things that YouTube cannot categorize for your video automatically. Let's show a little bit more examples. So this is one of our other Minecraft channels. You can see here the views are not super great, but I just want to show kind of just some examples of things and how to sort of interpret the algorithm from the perspective of a channel that's just still growing and still new. So here we have this video. I think this is a pretty good example that we had recently. So you can see this graph here. We kind of start off a little bit small, and then actually we changed the title. So I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Yeah, so around here, I think, after the second day, I changed the title of this video and it improved a little bit. And the CTR, you can see, jumped up pretty nicely. And then eventually the video had this like really nice blow up of like 5 hours of getting a couple thousand views, right? This was like mostly from recommendations, a little bit from search as well, but you can see now the views are from search. But before this happened, almost none of the views were from search. But what happened is YouTube essentially tried to blow up this video, but then decided that it wasn't good enough and just kind of plateaued. And then now it's ranking search pretty well because of the initial viewership. But you know, what happened here? Like, why did this video not get more views? You can see here the CTR is not bad, especially for the traffic sources. But the thing is, here we have the view duration. The view duration was not good enough for this video to get promoted. 3 minutes on a 7-minute long video, 42% is not really ideal. This is a graph given from a talk at Vid Summit. This is the top 10% of all the videos on YouTube, and then we have the median. So in terms of average view duration, I think just being around the median is definitely good enough. You do not need to be in the top 10% of videos for your video to do well. But you can see here we have around 50%, so it's like 6 to 10 minutes. This is a 7-minute video, so we might want around maybe, you know, around 50% average view duration is what we want for the video to be a good retention. This video being 40% was not good enough, and that's why this video didn't get promoted more. This is very typical. You see this kind of thing happen where it's like it gets a nice little spike in views and then just kind of like shuts off quite quickly, where it's like this big spike and then just dies. This is usually a very typical example of the video has good CTR but bad average view duration. We could look at maybe a different example here, which is kind of the same thing happening, but just for a different reason actually. So here we have the CTR is not so great, right? 5% compared to the previous video, but we have a 7-minute average view duration. So 40% on 17 minutes is good, right? We're above median average view duration here, but the CTR wasn't good enough. And so YouTube tried to promote the video a little bit, but then just decided, nope, not enough people are clicking on this video, so we can't promote it enough. And unfortunately, you're not going to get views. Videos like this, can always blow up in the future if YouTube finds a better audience for it through this system. But, the goal here with understanding the algorithm is not really to like understanding all these little AI tricks, these little behaviors doesn't really matter that much. Really, the main conclusion here we have to understand is why does a video get views or why does a video not get views, Obviously, if a video has really good CTR and really good average view duration, you're going to end up getting views. We have one channel in specific is really good. This is a really interesting channel since, we have pretty crazy CTR and big numbers on this. Let's take a look at some of these examples, see what we've got. Essentially, what happened is this is a good example of like YouTube has completely exhausted the extent of what is possible with the viewership. So essentially what you see happening here is that you can see there's like a pretty nice slope, but then eventually as we get towards the end, the slope kind of goes like, and then just plateaus a little bit. So what happens here is essentially just when you see videos, especially with videos that totally blow up, is essentially just YouTube runs out of viewers to show this to. This video has 80 million impressions. It's a video about Minecraft, animations about a specific career dream. So the overall potential audience for this video has pretty much been like hit to the absolute limit. Now you can see the average view duration on this video is actually not even that good. It's 56%. For a video of 3 minutes long is a little bit lower than the median here, but this median here is just kind of a goal. You just have to be around this. So this is it's okay, good enough. It's not like super crazy, but obviously that's because this video has had so many views. So why does this video have so many views when the average view duration is bad? Well, that's not actually what's going on here. What's happening is that the video has bad average view duration because it has so many views. Because what happened is it started out with really good average view duration, and it goes through this process, and it's like, okay, it's performing really well over here. It's got like 7%. Over here, maybe it's got like 68%, and then 65, and then 66, and then 62, and then eventually after it shows it to 80 million people, it's got an average view duration of 56%, right? The CTR on this is really good. That's another reason why I was just able to keep performing so well for so long. I would say when it comes to videos performing well, it's possible to have a video with somewhat below average view duration, and it can still do well if it has really good CTR. However, if you have bad CTR and really good average view duration, the video is probably not going to do well. I think clicking on get people to click on your video is more important than getting people to watch them. But obviously, in order to get a lot of views, you definitely need both. Let's talk about a little bit more things. So if you have a video that is kind of just growing very slowly, I don't fully have a great example of it because our CTR is generally better than our average view durations on pretty much every channel because our marketing is generally pretty efficient at this point. But if you have a video where it's like, it's just growing really slowly, but it's not really blowing up, you probably have a situation where your average view duration might be good, but your CTR is not good enough, or you have bad average view duration with maybe good CTR, but not really good CTR. I think for a video to blow up and go like mega viral, you either need good average view duration and good CTR, or you need exceptionally good CTR and like passable average view duration, basically. One thing I wanted to mention was, and another thing of why people do collaborations, like why it's so important to do collaborations, also why it's so important to just be making good videos and just some other things that are interesting to understand with the algorithm. So we have this idea called watch sessions, which is essentially just how long a viewer is staying on YouTube and how long they're watching videos on YouTube for in general. And so essentially YouTube actually treats watch sessions as a very significant factor when it comes to just the overall watch time in your videos. Now, unfortunately, YouTube doesn't really give us statistics for this. But when you have these like average view duration statistics, right? Like this 1 minute, 31 seconds, it's just only taking into account the average view duration for this video, right? But what's actually happening behind the scenes, right, is let's say someone's watching your video, they watch it all the way through, they go on to watch, you know, just a whole bunch more videos of yours, right? And it all starts from them clicking on this video. They get shown this video in their feed, for example. This video is the start, the catalyst, and you engage with it really well. You watch it all the way through, and then you go on to watch 9 more videos from the same channel. So what's going to happen is that YouTube essentially takes this really into account, and it's, hey, this person, this one video got this person to watch 9 more videos. So these 9 videos go back to this original video. And you might have, like, let's say, just to make the example simple, we're going to say each video is 10 minutes of watch time. So what's going to happen is that the YouTube algorithm will go back to your original video and give you 90 minutes of watch time on your original video, as well as 10 minutes of watch time individually on each of the videos specifically. Now, this is something that's actually not represented very well in the statistics, but it is happening behind the scenes, and it's something that they talk about publicly all the time. You can find this really on any source. And the other interesting thing that's really that's interesting about this is this also works with other creators. So let's say you have a video where you do collab with someone, or maybe you make a video about someone else, right? And someone watches your video. Let's say, for example, I make a video about Mr. Beast, right? Like I make a video about Mr. Beast, and then, or maybe I make a video with Mr. Beast, just to keep the examples kind of simple here. And then the viewer goes on to watch, 10 Mr. Beast videos from there. So what's going to happen is that the same situation is happening. So this one video, they click on this one video in their feed, and then they go on to immediately binge watch these 10 videos. But these 10 videos are not from my channel. They're Mr. Beast's channel. But it doesn't matter. The same thing is going to happen. My original video gets 100 minutes of watch time put back into it, and that is why collabs and promote other creators on YouTube is so powerful. Collabs is really, really great because it just builds these watch sessions, these watch timings. I think for me, at least in my experience, I noticed that whenever we do collabs, it really improves the performance of the videos, and this is generally why. So that's kind of just watch sessions and watch chaining, and really just something to understand. I think one more thing to understand as well, just some minor notes. A lot of people have come to me and they will mention like, hey, I have this video on my channel, it's doing really well, but when I post a new video, it hurts the performance of the main video on my channel that's doing well. Just one main reason, there's usually one major thing that would happen, and that is because of end screens. If you, let's say you have a channel with a big library of videos, you got like 1,000 videos, right? And each video, in total, you're getting maybe 10, you could say, let's just say 200,000 views a day, right? Now, end screens have about a 5% roughly click-through rate, generally 3 to 5%, but we'll say 5% to keep it a little bit simpler. And what you probably have on your videos is you have, your end screen is going to show, hopefully this video does, yeah, so you have these end screens, right? But you have this one specifically right here, most recent upload. So all of these 1,000 videos are essentially linking you to your most recent upload. And if we just do a little bit of the math here, 200,000 views at that, 200,000 views times 0.05, that's going to be 10,000 views a day that is going to your newest video through just your end screens. And so when you post a new video, all of these 10,000 views a day goes to whatever your newest video happens to be. So this is just something I want to mention because this is actually one of the common questions I get asked of just people saying like, hey, I uploaded a video, why does that hurt my previous videos? Well, this is just mainly what's happening. Other than that, I think when it comes to the algorithm, it's just really important to understand how much just like total fluff and bullshit there is that people worry about, how many things there are that don't matter. Like the only thing that matters with the algorithm is average view duration and click-through rate. And if it doesn't affect those things, then it doesn't matter. Like people ask me, okay, what's the best time to upload your video? Well, actually studies have been done by YouTube as well as other companies that whatever time you upload your video at does not affect the long-term performance of the video, because it doesn't, and it makes sense because it does not affect your average view duration and your CTR. Upload time affects the short-term performance of your videos, but in the long run, the viewers that will want to engage with your video well will get shown it eventually. Like let's say you have a lot of American subscribers and you post the video at like 2 a.m. in USA, right? Everyone's going to be asleep, so you're going to get very bad short-term viewership. But what happens is that they'll just get shown the video when they wake up, and they'll see it in their feed, And at that time later, they will decide if they want to click on it or not. The same goes for like all these things like tags, you know, these keyword things like keywords. The only thing that keywords do essentially will is maybe it might help you rank search a little bit, like see all these little keywords in the description. You know, we've got a bunch of tags, but really the only thing that these affect is just you rank search results. But the thing is that ranking search results just increases the number of impressions that you're getting. It doesn't affect AVD and it doesn't affect TR. And I think for the most part, most channels shouldn't really be targeting search that much. Targeting search is good if you make guide or info-based content. And for any other type of content, I think it's not really that great because nobody's going to search this. Like people wouldn't search for dream manhunt animation type of thing. Like, well, I guess they do because this is like such a big niche, but you can see this video is like 20% search results. It's like less than 20%. This one, YouTube search doesn't even show up, right? This is a video with 2.4 million views. And YouTube search isn't even in this example. It's like 53,000 views out of 2.5 million, right? So because people aren't going to search for this because it's something that's like an entertaining video, right? But people do search. The thing people do search for is like how to do this, guide for this. You know, that's people will search that a lot. So if you're doing guide and info topic, then generally what you want to do is you just like, you want to put the keywords in your title, put the keywords in your description, and put the keywords in your tag that you're trying to rank. And you can use like vidIQ to do keyword search or just all these other resources. For the most part, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But yeah, so that's kind of the whole idea of just the YouTube algorithm, the understanding of things like, just, you know, works based on, gives you a test audience, sees how it performs with the test audience. If it performs well, then it will show it to more people and more people and more people and just snowballs. And this happens for small channels too. Like even a small channel, it just happens on a much smaller scale. Like your test audience might just be 10 viewers, you know, or maybe 100 impressions. And if out of 100 people, you know, 2 people click on it and those people just click on the video and they just don't watch it, then, you know, it's not going to show it to any more. But YouTube is always trying to find an audience for your videos and always trying to promote things. So if your video is good, it will find the audience eventually. But usually if your video doesn't perform after about a week or so, it's because the video is lacking in some category. But yeah, this is just kind of just the basics at first of just like understanding the algorithm. So one thing that YouTube talks about as well, so I'm going to go through the pictures now, and I think this will just add a couple of little extra notes and just important things to know. One thing they say, not all watch time is considered equal. That's really important. Like the biggest thing that decides if watch time is really good or not, I think, would be if the viewer would go on to watch more of your video and engage with your content further. They also use surveys. If they engage with the video, like, comment, shares, especially if they watch your video and then subscribe to it, that is also a really big indicator that the watch time was really high quality, because YouTube actually doesn't just want to show people videos that they watch, but they want to show people videos that they really enjoy. So it's they're using all these metrics to decide if the video is good or not. These are some of the other metrics. They've got like what the viewers watch, what they don't watch, how long they watch, where, when. Where and when, I think, is where they watch is quite an interesting thing. Like you will get different recommendations based on if you consume a video on a mobile device or on a TV, because different viewers that watch on TVs, like a viewer on a TV is more likely to watch a longer video. Mobile viewers are more likely to watch a shorter video, for example, as well as like the traffic source matters too. Like the YouTube algorithm, generally people like say it's not one algorithm, it's algorithms. And that's because the YouTube algorithm behaves independently for each traffic source. Like there's a specific separate algorithm for how a viewer behaves with search, with suggested videos, with browse features, with everything else. YouTube takes into account likes and dislikes, shares, not interested feedback, surveys, and everything. I think for the most part, it's still best to just prioritize average view duration, CTR, but a lot of viewers will ask about likes and dislikes or shares, not shares, subscribers in their videos. I think most YouTubers, the biggest YouTubers, will usually just ask for subscribers. And that's because the most valuable metric for a viewer signal to determine if the watch time was really high quality is if they watch your video and then subscribe to it. So a viewer being subscribed to your channel doesn't actually matter. But what does matter is the act of them subscribing to your channel, if that makes sense. So that just gives YouTube a really big signal that, hey, they really enjoyed this video. And actually, I didn't mention in this video, but I guess if you watch all the way through, you get the real knowledge bomb here of why subscribers don't actually matter. So I should say subscribers don't actually matter at all. There's been quite a lot of studies that I've seen before. In particular, I saw a study that was done by Riot Games. I've also been told this by other people that work at YouTube, people that work on the algorithm, is that there's no statistical correlation on YouTube across the entire platform for how many subscribers you have and how many views your video gets. And this is quite an interesting thing, but it's just that the YouTube system is so advanced that a person subscribing to your channel or not doesn't actually matter, because if they just click on your video and watch it all the way through, YouTube is basically just going to automatically subscribe them to your channel, showing them more of your future videos, of your past videos. It's basically just going to show them a whole bunch of your videos, whether they subscribe or not. So the system behaves independently of whether or not people subscribe. The only thing that subscribing affects is if the video shows on the subscriptions page for someone. But the thing is that the subscriptions is something that people just don't really use that much. Like they stopped showing it as a separate metric here. It's just a part of browse features now. They used to have like a separate metric for subscribers. Yeah, so you can see 90% of my viewers are not subscribed, but them, it doesn't matter. Like, just viewers being subscribed to your channel doesn't matter, because YouTube will identify that the person engages with your content well or not, regardless of whether or not they're subscribed to you. But what does matter, and why people, the biggest YouTubers like MrBeast and stuff, ask for subscribers, is because the act of them subscribing to your channel is just a really good indicator that that viewer really enjoyed the video, and that's a really good thing. It's just a really high quality watch time to have. So here's some other factors, like what influences recommendation. Of course, the watch history, the engagement, the appeal. It's essentially just how much the viewer enjoyed the video. Like, YouTube tries to build a measurement of how much a viewer enjoys a video. Then of course we've got like external factors, which is just the competition, the seasonal aspect of the video. Like if maybe it's a Christmas video, it might be recommended more often during Christmas, or if there's like a really hyped topic, just a really interesting trend going on. Here's another thing. So just how do they look at video performance? Essentially appeal times engagement times satisfaction. So how often do they choose to watch the video times how long did they watch the video? Like, obviously the biggest metric for viewer satisfaction is how long did they watch the video? Did they watch it all the way through? Appeal and engagement, and then satisfaction, just like their metric of the quality of the watch time. And then just external factors like demand for the topic, supply for the topic as well, and seasonality. These things all get taken into account. So obviously some topics have larger potential viewers than others. Obviously the interest in topics changes over time. You can see here Fortnite was not so great, and then got really big, and then kind of declined, and then Minecraft has its ups and downs, and with all these other games, other topics. And the topic, I think, affects CTR quite a lot, especially because if people don't care about your topic, they don't care about your video idea, your CTR is going to go down a lot. So the systems rank videos from all channels a viewer might watch. So while you're comparing your performance to just videos on your channel, YouTube is essentially like what decides whether or not your watch time and your CTR is good enough is how your video performs based on other channels in the same topic, essentially. Like, you might receive fewer impressions if videos from other channels are performing better, even if it's performing well compared to your other videos. So just like, obviously everything is just taken into a context. I don't know how much of this is kind of just obvious stuff. It's a little bit more of a simpler explanation, but I think it's just good to understand. Like, seasonality has an effect on things, just depending on, like gaming videos kind of go down in like mid-August, September, because a lot of the kids go back to school, stuff like that. And you just want to be considering, you always want to be considering your perspective of your video from a new viewer. Like, I think probably the biggest thing with these paint drawings I did before is that, like, this is all mostly taken into account the perspective of a new viewer. And that's because the perspective of an existing viewer doesn't really matter that much, actually, because somebody that already is your viewer and enjoys your content and watches your video, they're probably going to click on your new video if they liked your previous video just because your previous videos were good. So generally with your content, you just, especially with marketing, with CTR, you really got to focus on that new viewer experience. Quite frankly, the hardcore viewers you really should not care about at all, because your hardcore viewers already like what you're doing, so you don't have to change anything to influence them further. Here's kind of a good thing that we talk about is just how often should you post. Really, you just want to be posting as many high quality videos as possible, I would say, but posting less to make your videos better is generally worth it, but I think as a beginner, posting more is usually a really good idea because YouTube is something where you really have to learn through doing, you really have to learn by just getting out there and making videos. So in order to get good at making videos, you have to make a lot of videos. So I think if you're a beginner, you should really focus on just making as many videos as possible until you've made like 100 videos or so. And then each video, just every video you make, just try to make it better than the last one and just improve your quality by focusing on your quantity, if that makes sense. Quality definitely does matter more than quantity in terms of success. But the thing is that in order to reach high quality, you have to have a lot of quantity. I've made probably like, I don't even know, maybe 5,000 videos across all of our channels, maybe even more. So, and a lot of my just learning and everything I know about YouTube came from just my experimentation and figuring things out from the videos that we made. We've got these returning viewer statistics, unique viewers. So returning viewers essentially is someone that's watched your channel before versus new viewers. I think for a channel to be doing really well, you pretty much always want to have more new viewers, but obviously new viewers lead into returning viewers. So if you have more returning viewers than you have new viewers, that essentially just means that your current audience is bigger than how much your channel is growing at that point. But if your channel is growing, then obviously you want as many new viewers as possible. And that's really it. I think that's really everything there is to explain about the YouTube algorithm. I just want to include this as a part of this learning material. Honestly, I don't think this is really that valuable information actually, because understanding the YouTube algorithm is just really just as simple as like, okay, have good CTR and have good average view duration, and that's it. And what's really important is how do you increase your CTR? How do you increase your average view duration? How do you get people to watch your video all the way through? How do you get people to click on your videos? How do you improve your thumbnails and your titles and your video ideas? So, we're going to get really in depth on a lot of that other stuff in the future, but I think this is just a really important basic understanding to have for YouTube in general, because at the end of the day, you really need to build an understanding of why things work, why things happen, because nothing on YouTube is an accident. There is nothing ever that happens on YouTube by accident or by luck or by chance. Everything is just 50 million statistics and these little data points of all these viewers and all these behaviors and their engagement and all these little things that matter. But the overarching important relevant elements is just average view duration and click-through rate. And that's really mostly what you need to work on and just keep improving and just keep focusing on getting it to be as good as possible. And yeah, I'm definitely going to teach you guys how to do that exactly in the future videos as well. So don't worry, we're definitely going to take care of you, but just know this as a kind of a basic understanding of things. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, so in this video, I want to give you a bit of a recommendation for how to study. I want to give you a bit of watching. I would like to take notes on just kind of like a notepad file training and just some cool stuff there for you too. It's the course.
What's up guys, it's me Jeremy. Welcome back to another video. Today I wanted to go over a little bit of my past history and tell you guys some of the stories about how I was able to. Now in this video I want to access we were still. Now this one is, if you're interested in that style of content, definitely hit that subscribe. And then training video editors is again very similar. It's really identical to training content, because video editing really is just content at the end of the day. I guess I just have this, I don't know why I necessarily had this separate, but I think I had it separate because I had a couple extra things I wanted to mention. So for example, Omar is one of our producers on this project, and he worked with me on many channels. He actually runs our Valorant Curios channel, and he's doing this other channel with me. So I've trained him for a very, very long time. So in this video, I wanted to use this example because I think this is the best, most recent example that I have of showing how to teach an editor. So you can kind of pause the video and just look at this like feedback of like, just these like very detailed, like at this time point, we want to do this part of the video and make this adjustment and change this. So it's like a almost 20-minute video, really, really in-depth feedback for our editor here, really, really effective. We got the video back, it was like amazing. Really good video in my opinion. And it just comes down to that sort of like feedback loop of like, you know, you give them the direction of how you want it to be edited. I think the big thing with video editing is that you always want to give examples. Like examples I think are so key, because you can just give someone an example and say like, hey, I want you to follow this example as closely as possible. So find someone that's either in your niche doing similar videos, or just someone that's like has really good editing that you like, and then just show that to the editor and say like, hey, we want our editing to be like this. This is the editing we're going to do. And then, you know, it comes back to then you have them do it with the directions, and then give them the feedback and revisions, and have them like force them to actually complete the revisions. Don't just like be okay with it. Like make them actually do all the revisions. And then once that is executed on, like it'll really help them make the next videos like a lot better and need a lot less feedback. And so generally also one thing to mention is like when you decide to move on to the next part. So like how do we decide that we're done teaching someone content or channel management or thumbnail titles? So really it just comes down to, you want to work with someone on something until they show consistent competence for an extended period of time. So for example, when I teach someone how to make content, I will work with them on content until they make at least like 3 or 4 videos that need very little or almost no instruction from me further. So like for example with Hans on our Roblox channel, like these videos were like not that great. They were kind of just okay. This one was actually pretty good. This one was solid. This one was decent, but the video idea was bad, which was my fault because I chose the video idea. And then like over time, once we started to get to like here, I think was when he started to get really good. So this video was really good. This one was like not that great, but the idea was kind of just bad, since it was like an older idea that we decided to phase out. And then he had like these 2 videos, these 3, like at this video, these like 3, 4 videos, like, okay, these were really good. I didn't really have any sort of feedback or advice for him. So, okay, he's good. He's good to go. I don't need to work on the content with him too much. I might like, you know, check in here and there, like just make sure he's doing an okay job. But at that point I would say like, okay, he's doing it super well. So I don't have to teach him super in depth anymore. So we move on to the next thing, and then taught him channel management, and then thumbnails and titles. And then now I taught him these thumbnails and titles, and then now these like 3 videos I had him do with, and the thumbnails came out really good without any instruction, or not instruction, but without any feedback needed. So he just like did it really well on his own. Actually, it was without any instruction, these 3 recent ones. And so now he's good. I know he's good with the thumbnails, and the same thing, we did the same thing with the titles. And so now I'm at the phase where I'm kind of teaching him video ideas for this channel. And that is essentially just like how I decided to move, like that's how you decide where you're at in the process and like to move on to the next thing and the next elements and so on. So at the end of the day, you just really got to be, you know, always working on pushing towards some improvement, some level of something that's going to push towards your YouTube growth in some way, right? Like you just really got to keep working on it. And then eventually, like once they're really good at it and the channel's really successful, then you can just
kind of chill and take a step back, right? That's really how it goes. This is really the in-depth of how I build an automated production, how I train everyone specifically, and how I get them to execute a really good job. Once they're doing a really good job, then you can just, eventually you run out of things to teach them, and then you can just have them run the channel. And like, this channel is already at a point where I'm not spending too much work on it. Like, I'm only working on this channel probably about 5 hours a week right now, and just kind of teaching Hans like the last final few things, like video ideas and everything. We've already got concepts for the video ideas and we're in a good spot. So fully automated, or it's almost fully automated, and it should be fully automated within another month or two. I think from start to finish for this whole process, you can kind of expect it to take around 3 to 4 months, I would say, with someone that's really good, if you're doing everything really well. If it's taking longer than that, then there might be some sort of problems or issues that you need to address. And if the overall production takes more, like if you've been building this for more than 6 months and the producer's still like not doing these things properly, that is potentially a sign that they're just not really ever going to be successful with you. But that's different, by the way, from the actual channel being successful. I'm talking more about like the actual quality of the producer's execution and what they're actually doing, what their work is. It's not about if the channel can be successful, because the channel success comes down a lot to just like your growth strategy, your video ideas, your niche, your concept. So it's not necessarily, I wouldn't say you have to give up if it's not working after 6 months, but just that you should know that if you've gone through all this after like 3-4 months, then maybe you need to switch what your channel is doing. You might need to change to different ideas or a different niche or something like that, because it shouldn't really take too much longer than that, I would say. It definitely can though, and your first channel will probably take longer, probably about 6 months, I would say, but that is just to kind of give you an idea of what the timelines are like for me and what you can maybe expect. Hopefully this helped. In the next video, we're going to talk a lot more about the systems and certain systems and hacks that you can build for your YouTube automation production. So definitely check out the next video for sure too.
Chat. Yo, chat. Yo, chat. That course, bro, that course is a W, bro. I learned so fucking much in that course. And then I didn't know I was going to, bro. He just taught me something I didn't know about. And I was like learning it yesterday. About the average view duration, bro. The only thing that matters on a YouTube video is the average percentage view duration and average view duration. If you got a good ass video and you get a good average view duration and it stays good over time and you improve and you can use ChatGPT to improve, bro, you will get you a viral video, bro. Bro, that shit is crazy, bro. It's like, bro, when I sit down and learn it, I become good at this shit. Like, each time I stay consistent, I learn that shit, bro. That's crazy, bro. No, that shit's crazy. Alright,
so now I've got something really
Best way
to do it.
Best way to do it.
Alright, so the most thing I gotta focus on now is seeing when I'm putting in these videos to get a good average. So if I go to analytics right here, I go to engagement, and I want to next video I want to go for average percentage view. I want to try at least go for a 60, and I want to, I want to go for a 60 or 60 is good, 60 or 70. And I want them to see the view duration. So I'll take the view duration and ChatGPT, and I'm gonna tell you how the method I do real quick. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. So when I come over to do it, I'll go to my thing, bro. Shout out to Jeremy, by the way, bro. He got a good ass course, bro. That course, man, a good ass course. Like, I just learned some shit I didn't even know, bro. Alright, so, bro, what the fuck? Yo, alright, so if I go to, bro, what the fuck? Bro, if I go to average view duration, you see, so if I answer this, next, I'll say, so next video I should go for, look, so next video I should go for, and I gotta improve on editing. That's the only way you're gonna get good at this. Consistency and improving on editing. So, this is what it said. It said, yes, 100% your goal is be hitting for 60-70 average view duration, average percentage view, spot, and then it says why 60% magically zone, 40% average, 60% good, 70% very strong, 80 to 90%, especially shorts or 1 minute YouTube videos, plus viral potential. Alright, if your videos can hit 60 70 consistently, YouTube sees your content is high retention, and you'll get pushed more on short feed or on recommended. You'll grow faster and likely get more subs. Aim for average view duration at least 0 to 36 to 0 to 42 seconds for let's say a 1 minute video. If it's a 30-second video, try to aim for keep people watching 18 to 24 seconds. Oh. And I would say explain it more. Oh, shit, I'm learning it. All of them, that's crazy. So, if your video is 30 seconds, go for 30 to 80%. So 0.70 times 30 equals 21 seconds. 80 of 30 seconds. 0.80 times 30 equals 24 seconds. So average view duration 15 seconds, 50 not bad. Alright, 60 not bad. Alright, there we go. Percentage view. So what title is this? I want to show y'all something.
This is Kimet's, one of the This is Kimet's, one of the most beloved
Trump dummy.
Chat. So this is where they stayed at. When I made this video, they was all right here. The viewers were still watching until right here. And then, you see the little spikes? Chat, you see where the spikes is right here? This is where they start to click off at. I'm gonna show you. Let me move my camera real quick. So if you can see the little spikes right here, if I zoom in, and what you could do to improve this is you gotta improve on each video. Try to improve each video. So the spikes right here is where they was clicking off at. And then you see that it went up right here and it started to go down a little bit. I'm still learning it, not as good at it, bruh. I've been trying to use ChatGPT to learn it still. But it says 67 of your viewers are still watching at the 0.30 hash mark. So 0.30 hash mark is right here, I believe. That's good. That's good right here. They were still watching right here. And then there's a little bit drop downs, and there's a little bit spikes right here, and then they come right back, and then there's a little bit drop downs. And you see the average percentage view. Next video, I want to go for a 60 or 70. And I'll ask it. And ChatGPT would tell me if it's good or not. So average, decent, strong, competitive, 60 plus, excellent performing. Make sure the video has amazing hooks. So average, so try to raise it to 150 plus. Alright. Next time, chat, we gotta try to go for a 50 to 60 or 70 average percentage view. So is that, it says you're on the right track. Let's break it down. So is that good? So and try to get better at editing. And I noticed that too. When I get better at editing and improve each video, over time it will get better. And I use ChatGPT, of course. And sometimes I watch them GloRilla videos, but me learning myself, it helps out a lot. So videos are out there, more impressions, higher. So let's go over here. I'm not as good like I did. You see, my video got 2,000 impressions. And the views was 911 and the impressions click-through rate, I'm gonna ask it if it's good or not. Chat, I'm not really good at this, I'm still learning it, bro. So the average percentage view duration, you see what it said? It said that's absolutely good. What is click-through rate? Right here, click-through rate is percent of the people who sees the thumbnail and title. So what's good? Average 2% normal. Who was mine? I got so many channels, it's crazy. I'm a grinder for real. So mine was a 21%, like in the middle of here. In the middle of this, so very high. The title and thumbnail is working, alright. If you keep people watching 67%, your video can explode. Oh. I learned that algorithm, so We can do that with just consistency, bro. That's all. And improving. Like this, my first video right here was a good average percentage. It was 30. I want to go for like 50 or 60 next time and try to make the video longer. To try to have more people stand and watch. And I want to make my watch time hours longer. So what was my watch time hours on this channel right here? My watch time. Alright, so go to engagement real quick. My watch time hours was 19.7. Alright, so I'm gonna ask, cause I don't really know about this chat. I'm still new to some of this stuff. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Watch hours great. Let's break it down. What does watch time mean? So is this hours good? Is this good? Multiple. One video solid. Watch hours. Alright. So 1,000 views, 19 point. Alright, 1.18 minutes. Pretty good. Alright, 19.7 hours, 14.2 seconds. Low retention, 5,000 views. So it says you already hit 21. Alright, so was that good? Alright, so I asked her, was that good? Yes, your watch hours is good. It says yes, your watch hours is good. So all you gotta do is stay more. All I gotta do is stay more consistent on that channel, and it'll explode over time. Hopefully, you don't get struck down by the record labels. And I don't care about monetizing it, bro. I just want to learn the algorithm for this channel, so I can launch other channels and make money from my other ones. You feel me, chat? People be saying, "Oh, bro, don't have a lot of channels, bro." It's good to have a lot of channels. You learn the algorithm first, and once you become good at it a little bit, you start to make more channels and start to stay more consistent, improve on editing, get better, improve, practice over time, and you'll go up from there. Like, YouTube don't happen overnight, bro, and I told y'all that, bro. I seen a video I want to watch real quick before I end the live. I've been live for a minute. I seen a video I want to watch real quick. I want to watch this video, bro. Not that one. Somebody just dropped the video and I seen it. It was this one right here.
In this video, I'm going to show you. Step by step how I make over $20,000 every single month as a 19-year-old posting faceless. And I also want to mention that I do this without showing my face.
We're going to sit here and watch this, chat. I want to watch this.
An hour a day on average. Now quickly, before we get into the video, I do just want to show you one of my own channels that I run, so that you can see that not only do I actually do this business model myself, but I'm actually good at it and I know what I'm talking about. This is a channel that I run that has made about $21,000 in the last 1 month, so in the last 28 days. As I kind of go back here, you'll see like the average day is probably in the ballpark of about $700 to $800 per day, with our peaks being about $1,100 in a day, $1,200 in a day. So some really good consistent revenue that is consistently driving about $21,000. Alright, so now that that's out of the way, let's get into the video and show you.
I know this when I practice too. I become so good at it too. That's crazy. Hey, try to believe in our practice and shit too, bro. They say, "Oh, keep practicing, you'll be good at that."
So this is exactly what step one. You need to choose a niche and a specific channel to copy that has good POC. So POC means proof of concept. You need to choose an inspiration channel and a niche with insane proof of concept. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm actually talking about when I say proof of concept. This is a YouTube channel called Offset. They have about 47,000 subscribers, but most importantly, they've actually generated 213 million views, which I can tell you from experience is well over $20,000
Now, what they actually
revenue. Now, what they actually post is basically just movie highlights. So
I want to read chat real quick. What chat said? They didn't type none.
They basically just write a script.
They basically just write a script. Do a quick
So they basically just write a script, voiceover, and then go find some clips related to whatever movie they're talking about. So in this case, they're doing it about the Lego movie. They're just creating content about the Lego movie. Now they also obviously do lots of different content. They've got a bunch of stuff Marvel here, but they
just basically create content around a bunch of different movies and TV shows and stuff like that.
Now the most important thing here though is not actually what type of content they post. It's that they have insane
So by proof of concept, what I mean is they are consistently getting millions of views per video. Their worst performing videos are the ones that are getting, you know, this one here got 40K views. That's pretty bad. The rest of these are 3 million, 1 million, 1.5. You know, this one down here 900K, 2.3 million, 3.6 million. They never post and get below a few 100,000 views. Now the reason this is important for you is because if you're about to go into a niche, you don't want to start creating content.
1 million, 1.5.
3 million, 1 million, 1.5. You know, this one down here 900K, 2.3 million, 3.6 million. They never post and get below a few 100,000 views. Now the reason this is important for you is because if you're about to go into a niche, you don't want to start creating
content around a niche that doesn't work anymore,
that isn't
but
getting
since we have a channel here that we can see, it's clearly working for,
you can go and create very similar content, and chances are it's going to perform very similar for you as well, because there is clearly demand for this, isn't getting viewed.
Off script. But I want to look at the niche real quick. Off script. I feel like if I just practice more, and Tyrese, you just practice more and keep practicing, bro, you become so fucking good at this shit, bro. Like, all the shit you want to learn, Tyrese, could become way easier for you now, bro. Like, that shit could be on your level. And I know when I get a new PC, bro, it's no, we grinding, bro. Or when I get my PC fixed, bro, we grinding, bro. We grinding hard, bro. So I know I got a long way to go with this YouTube shit. And I got lives out on how to grow and shit. Bro, these type of channels I would avoid because this is like copy and pasting content. And I think they already passed this. I want to look for the off script one. Where's the off script one at? Off script. Off script? Bro, off script. Was it 2 F's? 2 F's? We got it right here. Here we go. I'm gonna sub. Similar search. Next Lab just got me a new niche. Oh, Next Lab just brought me up a few other niches to it. So for ideas for this niche, whoa.
What is she doing?
Wait, bro, wait.
What is she doing?
Okay.
Scroll down real quick, scroll down. And I want to see what the channel type is. If it's a short or if it's a long form video, cause like, let me see this comedy. What is this?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
You want to do something that's already working. Like, don't go for a video like this. This is 9 years. No, this channel. He's too inactive, but, well, he is active, but 19 videos were only, Alright, let's finish watching this video, bro.
Getting views for other people. But since we have a channel here that we can see it's clearly working for, you can go and create very similar content, and chances are it's going to perform very similar for you as well, because there is clearly demand for this kind of content and people want to watch it. So once you find a channel like this that has really good proof of concept, that is creating content that clearly works extremely well, your entire goal should be to replicate their videos and make it as close as possible while still putting your own original spin on it. So I like to call this the 80-20 rule, and this basically means you want to use about 80% of their, style and try to make it look about 80% similar to their content. But then from there, you're going to want to change the remaining 20% to be unique to you. So that could be a lot of different things. That could be the way you do your voiceovers, or the editing style, or something about maybe you add like a unique character.
Chat, these niches right here, this niche could be replicated, but into a shorts way. You feel me? Like these niches like this is something I'll hop on. But let's watch it real quick.
Sofia Vergara used to.
And I'm glad you know what? I want to go over here and I want to watch this video here, and I want to see where video 3.32 live, 3.32 live, 3.32 live.
In it. File, or
And I'm gonna put this video right here in my Discord. And I watch a lot of these videos and I take my own notes. Alright, this what he did. Alright, let me apply this. And I put it into my own way. Like, you feel me? That's how you learn. That's how you learn. And you learn all of them to get a viral video for any niche. But, you gotta put in work though. You don't go viral overnight.
Something about maybe you add like a unique character that actually like tells the voiceover to the user. Like there's a lot of different ways you could switch up a niche like this, but you need to do something to make it about 20% different than the original creator so that you're not just copying, because copying doesn't work, but taking proof of concept and innovating and making it better, that works. Once you've chosen a niche with good proof of concept and a specific channel to pretty much copy the structure and video style from, then you need to actually start making the content. And there's a couple key things that you need to do to make sure the content is done properly so that you don't run into issues with monetization and overall you actually have good content that can go viral. So that brings us to step 2, which is make transformative content. So I'm going to show you 2 examples of videos. This is what I would consider not transformative, and this is what I would consider good enough to get monetized and transformative. So not transformative content looks like this. Essentially, they're literally just taking movie clips from, in this case, Squid Game, and they're...
Yeah, that right there, bro, he said that. I knew he was going to say that. And I told you I stopped doing that. You know what? Shout out to dude, bro. You know what? Shout out to old dude, bro. Yo, shout out to bro. What did I say? If you go back to my old live streams, what did I say, chat? I said stop doing that, bro. Stop just taking other cuts from movie scenes and compiling it into it together and thinking it's gonna get monetized. I told you I know, bro. Being that new YouTube rulers came out, bro. YouTube, they want to see that you're actually putting in work, and y'all are just compiling it from other sources and not adding no commentaries, no script to it. That don't look professional. What did I say?
Posting it. Like, that's it. They're adding some quick captions, but that's it. The rest of the video is just a movie clip.
I told you.
Content like this will not get monetized because you're just stealing clips from movies and posting it. Not only is this kind of against copyright in some scenarios, but it's also just not going to get monetized because it's not transformative content. So you'll never make money posting videos like this,
I ain't want to listen, bro.
or at least not very much. Now, good enough content
he said it for
looks
y'all
like
to
this.
listen. I told y'all, bro, stop doing that. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all just keep thinking, oh, we know everything, but bro. I said stop doing that, bro. Stop just taking other cuts from movie scenes and compiling it into it together. I told y'all stop doing that, bro. Y'all ain't want to listen. Y'all thought I was wrong, though. Terry, you don't know nothing. Terry, you're wrong. Hey, bro, I told y'all stop doing that, bro. I told y'all don't do that. I told y'all, bro. I told you, bro. Told you, bro.
Pittsburgh Pirates baseball game.
I'm professional. What? I said stop doing that, bro. Stop just saying. I told them, bro, they don't want to listen. They think everything I say is wrong. I told them, stop just taking movie clips, compiling it together without adding a voiceover and a script to it. And I said you could simply just make the script in ChatGPT. You tell ChatGPT what's all the new YouTube criteria, and then you tell it that it gotta follow the YouTube rules of July 15th. Y'all never want to listen, bro. Everybody just think, oh, Teresa's wrong. Teresa don't know this, bro. I said stop doing that.
These guys right here, Stream Phoenix, are basically just stealing clips from streamers and podcasters and stuff, but they're adding a lot of value. You can see how much editing goes into this. How
like it could be good editing like this, but I'll still put a voiceover on it to make it like, you feel me?
Engaging the videos are, and they're writing a script for the intro of the video. So for the first, usually about, I'd say 10 or 15 seconds, they're explaining what's about to happen. So they give
like that. I told you, bro. 10 or 15 seconds. Dude, yo, go back to my old streams. Bro, y'all always think I'm lying. I told y'all the trick to the new YouTube thing to get monetized with streamer clips and so on and so on, but you gotta have good editing. You gotta have trick. Bro, I got so many streams out. Y'all never believe in me, bro. Y'all think I'm just capping. Oh, he don't know shit. Oh, he's lying. I literally talked to a fucking YouTuber playing myself on all my old streams, and y'all see that shit, bro. And everything he said in here is what I told y'all before, bro. You can make how many ever channels. If you got good quality content and you can show YouTube is transformative, and you're just not taking clips, compiling them together without a voiceover, and you add AI voice and your human voice to the first 10 hookers of the YouTube short, and then you let. So look, say this. Say you want to use clips. What you do is you edit them clips, and then you add your real voice onto it for, I'll say, 5 to 10 seconds of the first short of the short, and then you could let the AI voice finish off, but you could write the script and try to GPT, but you gotta somehow write it in your own way and change up the script so they don't think it's just stolen scripts. And you can't just copy other people's scripts from YouTube videos and just put it together and think, oh, you'll get monetized like that. No, you gotta change the script around. There's ways I did it, and I told you on my other streams I gave you the prompts, the scripts. I told you all that, bro.
Give you a bit
everything
of context
is
for the clip
what
that's
I told
about to
you
start,
already,
and then they go in and they roll the clip.
I just gotta get good at editing. And I told you when I get a quicker PC, this shit will be easier for me to come on live and do this shit.
About to go, but they pretty much add a huge amount of transformative value at the beginning. The first 15 seconds are all creative, engaging. You know, they're doing a script, really good captions. You can see they've got a lot of editing. This is what I would consider the bare minimum of what your content should kind of look like if you want it to get monetized. So this is original and transformative, and it's good enough. Obviously, there's more high quality kind of content out there, like, again, off script. These guys right here, the entire video is scripted, and they just use movie clips to support whatever script they have written, but the whole video has a...
But I feel like when you got a quicker PC, the editing this shit starts to get way fucking easier, because you gotta think, chat. You're on a quick ass PC, bro. Your PC's not freezing, so you could do all the shit you need to do, and you could learn, like, say you could watch tutorials on the other PC. So when I get this channel monetized out more, and then yeah, and I told her I deleted all the shit that I didn't have no voiceover. That's why I went through all my shit and deleted it, bro. Cause I want to follow YouTube guidelines. It don't matter how many shorts I'm putting out. I want to follow the guidelines. I know me putting a voiceover on the clips and me learning how to transform that shit and me learning it, bro. So when I get monetized, yeah. So when I get monetized and shit, make money, I can have money that I'm making to get me a new PC and shit. You feel me? I'm not slow. I'm not retarded. I actually know how this shit works, bro. I learned this shit a lot, bro. I watched tutorials. I've been trying to find ways to grow for years. Chat, I want to know, bro, why would I lie to y'all, bro? After all these years I grinded, why would I lie to my fan base, bro? Come on, bro. I know I always keep y'all, I'm legit just one in the game, but look. I'm gonna say this nice and clear.
Script and a voiceover. These guys are kind of the bare minimum where the first 15 seconds is a script and a voiceover, and then they just roll the original clip. But this is still pretty much good enough to get monetized. All right, so now that brings us on to voiceover, and then they just roll the original clip they have written, but the whole video has a script and a voiceover. These guys are kind of the bare minimum where the first 15 seconds is a script and a voiceover.
That's good right there.
And then they just roll the original.
Chat. I actually want to comment on this video on my main channel. I want to be like, yo, bro, good advice, bro. I was just watching your video on stream. I agree with everything you said, my dog. You just gave out good advice, bro. Good prompts. Man, I told them. I've been telling them.
In this video,
I've been telling them everything you do. They thought I was lying, bro. Let me comment. There you go. I've been telling them everything you said. You're a goat, bro. I was just watching your video on stream. They thought I was lying. Man, you're a genius. Yeah, I love you, man. Thanks for this vid, bro. For even taking the time out. For even. Man, it don't matter, bro. I'm going for 1,000 streams. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm finna get rich. Nigga, I got faceless channels. I can make how many ever channels I want to, nigga. Why the fuck does it matter to you? Telling me, OT, you can't do this. Bitch, I could do whatever I do, nigga. I have fun with this shit, bro. Nigga, I know hard work pay off, nigga. Fuck, nigga. Hard work pay off, nigga. I know I get a quicker PC. I'm gonna be on stream hours editing and shit, bro. I ain't got no problem with that, bro. Me, nigga, I'm a grinder ass nigga. I'll grind for whatever I want, bro. I ain't giving up, bro. Nigga, there ain't no giving up with me, bro. We grinding, dog. Old Tay Reese is back.
Original clip. But this is still pretty much good enough to get monetized. All right, so now that brings us on to the next phase of this, which is how do you recreate the content? So now that I've shown you kind of what we should try to be creating, this is how you should actually go about doing it, and step by step how to create videos. So we're gonna use OffScript as an example, and I'm gonna show you exactly how to recreate.
Bro, I want like 5 or 15 views per live. I don't want a lot of views. I'm not expecting my lives to blow up. I'm staying consistent with streaming over. But bro, I'm not expecting my lives to blow up, my G.
One of OffScript's viral videos. So I'm going to use their most recent
I love YouTube
video
automation
as an example. So they're
I love YouTube automation, by the way. I love this shit.
One of OffScript's viral videos. So I'm going to use their most recent video as an example. So their most recent video was basically about the Lego movie. So let's say I really like this video and I want to start recreating a video very similar to this. What you can do is you can actually just copy the link of that video. So just grab the link. Then you're going to head over to youtube2transcript.com. So I'm going to open this up here, youtube2transcript.com. And you're going to paste in the link of that YouTube short that you just copied. So you're going to go get free transcript, and it's going to load for a second. And then there it is. It's going to transcribe the entire video for you. So then
what I'll do too is I'll study his transcript. I'll see like what he added, like visual, like I'll go through I'm gonna show you real quick. I'm gonna show you, bro. It's cool that I'm telling you I sauce. I don't even fucking care, bro. See with me, I ain't the type nigga that be stingy. I like putting all my niggas on. Me, nigga, we all get put on, nigga. Me, I'm a grinder ass nigga. I'm respectful, bro, to people, bro. I fuck with the people's grind and shit, but it's like when you come to a certain point and I don't see that you're doing something not right, I'm gonna call you out for it, bro. Him right here.
Did you know?
So if I want to study this video right here,
these things.
First thing I'll do is I'll see the music he had.
He wore a sweater that had robins on them during the chip.
And I'll go through the scenes and I'll study the scenes he had to it. And I'll try to make similar scenes but way different. And I'll add subtitles to it. And I'll take a transcript, but I'll rewrite it in my own way and make sure it's way, way different. And I'll try to learn and see what he was putting on the transcript that made this short viral, so I could try to make it viral, but in my own way. You feel me? With another transcript, but just like that. But you feel me? Way different. You feel me? And I'll try to make a way similar title, but way different and better than his with ChatGPT. You feel me? And I'll try to add more sound effects, more music backgrounds, and more effects to my and more overlays to my short to try to make my short stand out. You feel me?
You can do is you just copy the transcript, and then you're gonna head over to ChatGPT.
I work so
Alright,
hard on
once
all these streams, bro. I'm on a groove. I'm still new to YouTube automation. Like, I just come in the game and I feel like I just want to grind.
ChatGPT, you're gonna paste in this prompt right here. So feel free to screenshot or just write this down. But this is a really well-structured prompt that is gonna basically generate a ready-to-go video script for you from the video that you kind of stole, but about a different topic. Because again, you don't just want to steal people's videos, you want to take what they're doing and then make it better. So, for example, his video was about the Lego movie, so I'm going to make a video with the same structure and the same script style, but about, you know, Marvel. So, about the Marvel Cinematic Universe, as an example. So, I'm going to go where it says topic, and I'm going to say Marvel Universe. Perfect. So, I'm going to create content about Marvel movies. Now what I'm going to do, we're going to grab that script, paste it in right here.
Well, yo, my thing is, bro, how do you know about Marvel, though?
Marvel.
Like, how do you know this, though?
So, but we take what I'm going to...
This is about Legos.
And then make it better. So, for example, his video was about the Lego movie. So I'm going to make a video with the same structure.
Or if I don't know, I could take his YouTube URL and ChatGPT and I can ask it, yo, ChatGPT, what video can I do like video ideas so that I can make mine like viral just like this video but way different. It'll tell me.
Sure, in the same script style, but about Marvel. So about the Marvel Cinematic Universe as an example. So I'm gonna go where it says topic, and I'm gonna say Marvel Universe.
You feel me, bro?
Perfect.
That's how
so
you get inspiration.
I'm gonna create content about Marvel movies. Now what I'm gonna do, we're gonna grab that script, paste it in right here, and now we're ready to go. So we're gonna send that, and what it's going to do is it's going to essentially create a perfect ready-to-go script. And what it's going to do is it's going to essentially
yo, that is a script, bro. So what he did was he wrote the prompt and then he pasted the YouTube short transcript. And he told the ChatGPT what to do with the prompt. Or you can use OpenAI app. Bro, there's so many ways you can do it, dog.
Create a perfect ready-to-go script for us. You can see it right there. It's, did you notice these things in Marvel movies? In Iron Man 1, when Tony escapes the cave, blah, blah.
And you can ask ChatGPT, what clips do I need? What sound effects do I need? What transition do I need? What subtitles do I need? What overlays do I need? What else? You know, and then you ask it, pick me out a title, or write you a description, a video description, and then you gotta go in your video software and start editing it, bro, and transform it.
Blah blah blah. But
what you could do too is you could watch your competitor's video on your other PC, but you gotta transform. You can transform it in your own way, but you gotta get the clips. And I know sometimes it get hard getting the clips, but you guys should be where can I get these clips at? And then you take clips, and then you can use like 5-second clips of that one movie, and then you could transform it to a different scene, and then you could add in other movie clips, but to that same movie, so it look the same thing, and then you add 5 seconds, and you change it up. You change up the clips every 5 to 15 seconds. Like say if the clips right here. You'll trim this part right here. We'll go through it real quick, chat. Just let me watch this video.
He created a very, very well-structured script. You can see it's a very similar length.
If y'all go through all my old streams, I showed you how to do it on my old streams.
Their script, this is ours. Like, it's very, very similar. So now what we have is a video script in a totally different topic than the original video.
But just don't, hold up. Just don't take no streamer clip from TikTok and try to re-upload to YouTube without you adding a commentary voice, you adding subtitles to it, Because guess what? YouTube's going to come back and flag you for that and say, oh, reuse content. Repetitive content. They don't fuck with that. Now that that new thing came out, bro, they're cracking down on all streamer clips. They want to see streamer clips. If you're using streamer clips, they want to see it like, it's transformative. Like, this clip didn't come from where I think it came from. Like, you made it different. Different than the original part of the clip. You feel me?
Well, the original video was about the Lego movie. Now this is about the Marvel Universe. Except it's in the same viral format with the same overall video topic of pointing out hidden things, people.
And I get y'all be saying it's hard and shit, bro. But, bro, when you practice, bro, you gotta think all that shit become easier, bro. You gotta think when you fucking practice, bro, it be like it start to be easy, bro. Like, that's how we're able to grow. That's how I'm able to grow multiple channels. And I'm about to actually probably launch a movie channel and grow a channel just like this he said. I'm looking to the niche. I'm looking to the niche.
Yes.
And I'm gonna study it. And I'm gonna see like what video idea I could take but put in my own way to get a viral video idea on another channel. You feel me? That's how I'm able to make multiple channels and scale them up.
In movies, but we're just doing it about something totally different. So this is that 20% change.
No,
so
of
now
course it don't happen overnight. It don't happen overnight, but as you stay on and on consistency,
you need to do
it'll get better with it.
Is copy this script, head over to 11labs.io and just paste in the script and then hit generate, and you'll have a ready to go viral voiceover that you can use as the main voiceover for your video. Now the only thing you need to do from here is just go find some clips to edit into the background. You put your voiceover on top, some clips in the background about whatever you're talking about, and you now have a viral video that is ready to post. And you did zero creative work. All you did was let ChatGPT do everything, and you just go find some clips and throw them in the background using an editing software like CapCut, and you're good to go. Now from there, we've recreated viral
Oh yeah,
content.
hold up. But you gotta make sure, hey chat, what y'all gotta do too is y'all gotta find sound effects and music that will fit with that short. He didn't say that. Fuck it, he messed up, but it's cool though. We all make mistakes and shit, it's cool. He forgot to tell you that, but what you do is you take the short. So look, say if I want to get a movie short, and I don't know the short, but I wanna make this short, but in my own way, you feel me and shit, bro? So what you do is you'll take that title real quick, you'll take that short to ChatGPT, you'll ask it, alright, so what sound effects do I need? And it'll tell you, alright, sound effects you need for the other video idea that's about to go viral. And it'll tell you the sound effects you need, scripts you need, the voiceover you need. Bro, consistency is key, bro. As you stay on and on and on, it'll become easier, bro. Like, build channels and many niches.
And in 20 seconds, but what we need to do now is actually start getting paid for posting these videos. So you can either wait until you get to 10 million views and get monetized through YouTube directly and they start paying you for the views that you get.
Yeah.
Or
hey, of course too, chat. Hey, the first channel you make, it might not have as much it might not get as much traction as you want to. You're gonna start off one sub, but as you stay consistent and watch more tutorials and practice on editing more and stay more consistent, I promise you, bro, you'll see results coming in, bro. You'll see like views start to come in, bro, as consistency goes on, bro.
You can start earning after you've posted one video. And this is using step 3, which is getting a music deal. This is the best way that you can start earning on your YouTube Shorts channel pretty much immediately. So the only requirement for this is that you've posted one video first. So go post one video,
I told y'all.
And then you're gonna set up a music deal. And don't worry, I know you're probably like, what is a music deal? How do I make money with this? So I'm gonna explain it to you right now. So music deal is basically where you add specific songs onto your YouTube Shorts, and then the music company that made the song.
Every YouTube live stream I snap, bro. Y'all not learning this nowhere else, bro. Like, half of this shit, bro, I told y'all, bro, y'all probably, others not gonna teach y'all this shit, bro. I did shit that never been done before.
Will actually pay you just for getting views with that song. So as you can see here, this is a song called Golden Horizon, and if you use this on your video, you will actually get paid for using it as long as you've done the process to set it up. So I'm gonna show you a little bit more about how that works. So this is my music dashboard. You can see that I've been posting with the songs on my YouTube Shorts. You can see I'm consistently making about $100 to $200 per day in revenue posting with these songs. And all I do is I add the songs to my YouTube Shorts before I post them. You can even turn the volume down really low so that you can't even hear the songs that you're adding. But anyway, they're all instrumental, so it doesn't really matter. They're all background music anyway that you add to your shorts. So it doesn't affect the quality.
I'm hitting them up on Discord. I'm gonna join the server. Damn, this shit big, bro. I don't know if I'll be able to get in here, bro. We'll see, though. This thing got 36,000 people in there. Damn. It's a lot of people. Bro, you're a goat, bro. Much respect to you, my G. I can't even send no images in here, bro. Hey, let me send a voiceover, right? Or not?
I'm going to show you step by step how I make over $20,000 every single month as a 19-year-old posting faceless YouTube shorts. And I also want to mention that I do this without showing my face, and I probably spend less than an hour a day on average working on this. Now quickly, before we get into the video, I do just want to show you one of my own channels that I run so that you can see that not only do I actually do this business model myself, but I'm actually good at it and I know what I'm talking about. So this is a channel that I run that has made about $21,000 in the last 1 month, so in the last 28 days. As I kind of go back here, you'll see like the average day is probably in the ballpark of about $700 to $800 per day, with our peaks being, you know, about $1,100 a day, $1,200 a day. So some really good consistent revenue that is consistently driving about $21,000 in profit. Alright, so now that that's out of the way, let's get into the video. I'm going to show you step by step what I would do if I wanted to start a brand new YouTube Shorts channel today and grow it to a place where it's doing about $5,000 per month in profit within the next 30 days. So this is exactly what I would do. Step 1, you need to choose a niche and a specific channel to copy that has good POC. So POC means proof of concept. You need to choose an inspiration channel and a niche with insane proof of concept. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm actually talking about when I say proof of concept.
Half that shit's bought it. Oh God. Bro, there's no way in 4 years you could hit 42 million. Speed's growth is crazy though.
So this is a YouTube channel called Offscript. They have about 47,000 subscribers, but most importantly, they've actually generated 213 million views, which I can tell you from experience is well over $20,000 in revenue. Now, what they actually post is basically just movie highlights. So they basically just write a script, do a quick voiceover, and then go find some clips related to whatever movie they're talking about. So in this case, they're doing it about the Lego movie. They're just creating content about the Lego movie. Now, they also obviously do lots of different content.
He's taking rip textures and he's putting it on a video, and he's putting a video thing over it, and then he's having the rip textures. Bro, the style could be replicated, then he's putting arrows and subtitles. Bro, it's so easy, bro. Like, you go on and on and on, and you practice, it becomes easier. People might not be thinking that shit easy, but bro, as you practice, bro, that shit get easier, bro.
And they've got a bunch of stuff about, you know, Marvel here, but they just basically create content around a bunch of different movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Now, the most important thing here, though, is not actually what type of content they post. It's that they have insane proof of concept. So by proof of concept, what I mean is they are consistently getting millions of views per video. Their worst performing videos are the ones that are getting, you know, this one here got 40K views. That's pretty bad. But the rest of these are 3 million, 1 million, 1.5. You know, this one down here, 900K, 2.3 million, 3.6 million. They never post and get below a few 100,000 views. Now, the reason this is important for you is because if you're about to go into a niche, you don't want to start creating content around a niche that doesn't work anymore, that isn't getting views for
Facts.
But since we have a channel here that we can see it's clearly working for, you can go and create very similar content, and chances are it's going to perform very but this is, on average, how long does someone watch for? So the average view duration in this video, the link, say, honestly, swipes as possible channels, and you just connect your YouTube channel, and it will immediately start tracking your revenue in a content plan. You've got to
let's
you
go
need
ahead.
to be watching
Swipe
very
through rate gotta
closely
be
to make
80
sure these
or
are
19,
healthy, and if they're not,
19,
then you're going to make some
swipe
changes.
away, stay to watch is 78%.
So I'm going to
average
show you
duration, you can use ChatGPT or you could
exactly
and I'm gonna try to go for 80% average view duration every short.
I look for it
I don't see how long the viewers are standing.
in my content to make sure I'm able to go viral quickly. The first thing is swipe rate, and the second thing is retention. So the swipe rate is basically what percent of people stay on your video for longer than 4 seconds. So if someone is scrolling on their shorts feed, you know, they're scrolling through videos, and they stop on your video, and if they leave your video within 4 seconds, that's a swipe, and that's bad. You want as little amount of swipes as possible. So you can see in this feed, you know, they're scrolling through videos, and they stop on your video, and if they leave your video within 4 seconds, that's a swipe, and that's bad. You want as little amount of swipes as possible. So you can see in this case, 19% of people that landed on the video swiped past it within the first 4 seconds, and 80% stayed to watch. You want to make sure that your swipe rate on your videos is always 80% or less. This is a decent swipe rate, but it could be better. Ideally, you want to see
Oh
the
yeah, and I
swipe
told
rate
her this too.
go-
Hold up, bro. If y'all got a short like this, look. I don't even care about my subs dropping all that shit, bro. I know me. I got hella channels, bro. I run multiple YouTube channels, bro. I don't just run one. I run multiple, bro. I'm chilling. I got a new channel I'm about to start, and we about to get that bitch to like probably post shorts on there. Stay consistent with it. I'm about to buy a new PC soon though too. The grind's never stopping though, bro. Y'all motherfuckers try to think the grind gonna stop, everything gonna stop. Tay is back, bro. I'm back to motivate niggas to go hard again. So when y'all use streamer clips, don't just post it like this. I fucked up me posting this clip just like this. I learned now. I ain't posting no streamer clips just from TikTok like this unless I add a subtitle on it or change it from the original clip. Or else I'll get hit with reuse content if I just re-upload it. I learned to not do that shit no more.
Low 15%. If you can get that swipe rate down to 15%, that means the hook or the intro of your video is really good and it's capturing people's attention. If your swipe rate is really bad, maybe you have 40% stayed to watch and 60% swiped, that is a very clear indicator that your content is bad. And if you have a bad swipe rate, posting more is not going to fix it. You need to actually fix the content itself. So that means better editing, better voiceovers, and better scripts. You need to make sure your content is super, super dialed in. Now, the second stat that you're looking for is retention. And you want to make sure your audience retention is always above 85%. How long does someone watch for? So the average view duration in this video was 87%. So the average person would watch 87% of my video. But again, you want this to be higher. You want the average person to watch the entire video. That's the goal. If your retention is good and you combine that with a good swipe rate, videos like this will go viral almost every single time. So assuming
I wonder why most clip pages ain't fucking monetized, bro. They just reuse content or not adding no voiceovers to that shit.
these things
I learned
are
now, if I'm posting a streamer clip, I gotta write the script out and add a voiceover to it.
good, and you just post consistently, you're going to be fine. Which brings me to kind of the next thing, which is consistent posting. If you want to go viral fast, the biggest and best thing that you can do to make that happen is just post consistently. Put out one to two videos every single day without slacking off. If you just do this every day for the next 30 days, you will blow up. I promise you. There's no chance that you don't go viral.
And y'all see me, bro. I hit 20K too quick. What I did, I stayed all consistent with shorts. But I said, oh, I'm going to try where I got to stop this shit. Hold up. Pause. Because, bro, I was having so many shorts. I was doing like 700 shorts. I was posting like 3 to 4 times a day, bro. I was spamming them bitches. I said, wait. We're in the air. So I slowed down for a minute. Because I had to stop real quick. Because I was wondering, like, yo, I just thought, I was seeing Yale's. And I said, yo, I'm not doing something right, bro. There's no way. It don't feel right. And I said, yo, you know what? Instead of me just taking streamer cuts from TikTok, I'm going to learn my own style. I'm going to take a break for a minute. And I'm going to learn my own style. And then I'm going to come back shortly soon with a new style. And I'm going to come back to posting as consistent as I was. But with a brand new style, with a voiceover to make it transformative so YouTube don't think, oh, he's just re-uploading people's content without adding no value to it.
You just do this every day for the next 30 days. And just to really drive this point home, I want to show you one of the channels that I just started less than a week ago. This channel has 3.4 million views already. It literally had 0 views 6 days ago, 5 days ago. And if I go up, you can see we already had a day where it hit 1.3 and implement what I just showed you to go a. And I literally just started it. And I've posted.
You started that channel July 16.
2 shorts. I've only
it's already at 3.4 million views.
Posted twice because the content is really good. Okay, so that will get to a place where you're making 5 to 10K per month with YouTube Short 1-to-1.
So, chat. What I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna delete every short that's on that other channel we just started, that coach channel, and I'm gonna work on a new style for that. I know I've been going crazy with these streams lately. I've been going streaming non-stop, bro. I might gotta slow down a bit, cause I gotta learn this new style, bro. And I wanna take off. I wanna get these other channels to take off. Bro, I never like. People think, oh, Tim, we should stop grinding. Oh, me, bro. I always had this thing in me, bro. Keep going. Don't never stop. That's why when I be like, chat, yo, these people is not the people you want to be around. Cause, bro, I'm a YouTuber, bro. I can't fuck my image up me doing stupid shit, bro. I run several channels, bro. You gotta think my business is on the line, bro. And I'm gonna grow this channel right here. You know what? We did. You seen the first short I posted got 1,000 views.
Ain't no way. Travis Hunter.
I transformed it though. But it could be way better, but I'm gonna show that something real quick. Yo, what's good? Yo, I gotta show that something real quick. It's T's Land, not that one. Bro, I got so many channels, bro. This shit unreal, bro. I'm a fan, bro. Alright, so I'll look at what's working for others. Like, if I want to go... No, I want to make no niche like this. I would avoid niches like this that has no voiceover, bro. It don't matter if he's monetized. This shit doesn't work no more. These podcasts, this shit is... Bro, Joe Rogan shit, that shit is done. That Joe Rogan podcast shit, that shit's over fucking saturated. I am not going into a niche like that. And yo, all these other clips right here, chat, what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm gonna cause I gotta verify this YouTube channel. I'm gonna unlist all these clips. That way it's unlisted. when I come back to this channel, chat, I'm gonna come back to this channel with a plan. Cause I want to take off like my main channel, the other Clips Mode channel, and I want to take off this Terry's channel. But I'm gonna come back with a streamer with a method. I can't tell y'all my way, but until I do it on stream, cause I don't want to ruin the idea. But yeah. But y'all, we finna wrap up the stream. Go that stream, bro. It's my boy Tyrese. And I'm out, bro. I'm gonna catch y'all next stream, though.